What is up, misfits, one and all, to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting? The latest scientific, definitely, evidence of God and, but wait, there's more, the soul. That's right, where we're watching a video from the channel Napa Institute called The Latest Scientific Evidence of God and the Soul, featuring Robert Spitzer. He spits everywhere, but you'll like it. Naughty, naughty boy or girl. So join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time on a soulful adventure. What is up, everyone? Misfits, one and all. We hope that you enjoy the show. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe out there on the intertubes. It helps us reach even more people. And what is up, everyone, including when you hit that bell icon, it sends reminders to see our premieres, as well as join our live streams like What Is Up, Binge Thinker?
Binge Thinker.
Boom, boom, boom. Sometimes when I go like this, the fundies will be like, why are you giving horns? It's really comes, I think, just from metal music, but I guess even they still get triggered. That's the thing of the devil. What is up, Big Bad Mama? It was great to have you on your own channel. I hope that you did well.
Yeah.
Now I can't even help myself. I was watching last night. I almost said something, but I was just enjoying it. And I was watching, Oz, and then some other fantastic, I don't know, heathen woman. I forget her name, but she was amazing. And then Oz just go up against. Praise was kind of moderating. It was someone else.
Praise's channel?
Yes. And so it was a good time. Sending love to my brother from another mother. They were talking, as far as I could tell, it was going back and forth from a epistemological, theological debate, and some dude also saying that he was trying to physically assault someone. And so he kept on trying to bob and weave Bible as the gentleman that they were trying to grill also tried to get away from the fact that he wanted to have a physical altercation. Heathen Queen, that's right. Versus Olive, is that what his name was? Yeah, so sending love to Heathen Queen.
That's right, Beavis.
What is up, also Robert? Sending so much love.
Hey, Robert.
We're going to give quick shout outs to everybody. In fact, if you would like to send us your comment, question, or one-liner, tag us at James W. or Amy Newman. We also will show...
Well, spreading that Christian love, that agape love that they're always talking about.
Well, the other thing is that once they say it, I don't mean to be blunt about it, but they're live and it's being recorded, and then so they try and I never said it, and it's no, we can rewind 10 seconds.
Did they hear the disclaimer that this is being recorded?
Sir,
I don't think they heard that. So
yes. What is up, Fulham, Beamsy, Krish, Robin, Slicey Slicer, everybody out there, Stilette, woohoo, and the whole Monday. What is up? Oh, I thought it was my Happy Monday and the Amy James. Woohoo! Happy to all the Skeptic and Ranting community out there, as well as Monday Debate. I think I'm going to be modding on there on Thursday.
Debate.
I have to double check. No, I think it's a politics issue.
Oh. Any word on your debate with Rose?
See, I picked an
Anything come
unfortunate.
back on it?
So I think that one of the flat earthers fell out, and so I really need to. I think I have to do a response, right? Yes, and to just say, well, I'll do whatever. Too, so. Yes. Well, I say yes so enthusiastically, but they almost always tend to be, if you anti-Big Bang, anti-evolution, anti-vaccine, I once saw a picture. It was like the Elon thing where it had all the stuff. It had a whole bunch of actual science stuff, and then it had it must be it must be a conspiracy, or I can't even do the thing. But it was just now I have to do it, bring it up because
while you're doing that,
yes.
You got Big Bad Mama. The creationist said his grandfather was tortured by commie atheists, so that's why he threatened that. I mean, I don't know. I could never imagine a time in history where Christians would be torturing thousands and thousands of people en masse. I don't know. I can't imagine why they would do that. They're so loving, and that love of Jesus just flowing out of them. You could never imagine Christians doing something like that, right? Like.
No, not at all.
Burning witches for magic because we're afraid they're going to kill. Yeah, which they were doing until a couple hundred years ago, which is pretty damn scary.
Also, this is also our housekeeping, I will say. So, sponsored by all the love out there. But this is just the meme. It is very just random, but. Of course, the most triggering, you got to start out with LGBTQ. They added Islam in there because minority groups in America oftentimes are Muslim. However, I don't think they always think the atheists that push Islam. However, no, we just push not being prejudiced. Here we have anti-vaccine over here. Good amount of anti-vaccine nonsense. It does trigger them that Black lives actually matter. Once again, we're getting as spicy as we can tonight, apparently politically, but I couldn't help it because apparently
we got the hammer and sickle.
Yes. Well, we got the I'm trying to find. So yeah, we have the mainstream medias here. You have the CNN, the Fox News. I really think you should have MSNBC on here because that was actually the opposite to Fox, because CNN, they just care about money more, but then you have the communism, then you have feminism. So basically just everything that triggers them that is really basically moderate or anything left of moderate. And you have Google, yes, left of center. You always hear the right of center. Anything left of center, apparently. And then you have the YouTubes, the Facebooks, the Twitter, the Tumblrs. Thank you. We got my T's there. And then Buddhism, yin yangs.
You know what it reminds me of? Like a NASCAR jumpsuit with all the different logos and everything on it.
Yeah, as in we all sponsor, we're all brainless, we all think and are pushing the exact same thing. Now, what I once again I find very ironic about this is basically they just take everything that they don't like and they put it on one person, and they're like, this is what one person that they all think this one thing, everything that's, but half of the things on here, like I said,
a lot of it's not even related.
Well, yes, it is. It's just over. I wouldn't even be sharing this meme if it was not shared by one of the richest. I think he actually got outtaken because of stock. But one of the richest, at one point, the richest man in the world. And so it is just silly. And then here, and over here is the American flag, as if the American flag is opposed to this. This here. These are the two sides that you get to pick from.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
very realistic. Once again, I hate. We can't help it. I've noticed that sometimes religion takes us kicking and screaming into politics. But yeah, what can you do, ladies and gentlemen, except for say that chances are the people that push these are, I hate to say the word brainwash, but we're going to go to someone. If you have a charismatic leader who says that you should leave your family, friends, sell your belongings, and follow them, they end up being murdered by their own father who is themselves in a brutal ritual sacrifice in which
To himself.
Yes,
Yeah.
in which his blood will be able to atone for all those bad deeds that you did. You may. I don't want to like use that word, but like
when you were walking down the street and you looked at a woman's breasts and you thought they looked kind of cute, that you were hammering those nails into Jesus's hands right there.
Yes,
because you were lusting. So because of you, Jesus had to die. Because he had to sacrifice himself to himself, to act as a loophole to get around rules that he created, which I think is Matt Dillahunty's line, which is very, very good.
Indeed. And I couldn't help it. You talked about breasts. I got excited. I had to have, our breast buddy. Little buttercup sitting there. Oh my. And okay. Enough of that. Let's get closer and closer to tonight's topic. This housekeeping is sponsored by our Patreons and our supporters. I think I'm going to modify just very slightly. Ooh. What is up, Ian? Nice catching up with Gizmo, streaming another great show for all of us misfits. Woohoo! Sending love. Ian Davenport reminding us once again that creationist arguments suck. That's upcoming, actually. Because I'm just going to modify very slightly. You can see our Patreons down here, or our supporters. I think we're going to make it so that our supporters kind of get all of the juiciness. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have Patreons, channel members, and then people who are Patreons and channel members in the description. And so it'll be, I think I'm going to call it the girl deck, and then channel members and Patreons are going to be exactly. And so you'll be just listed in the description. And yeah, just trying to
We've got a fun
promote
show
that.
for you guys.
What is up, KCA? What is up, everyone?
I believe, the subject of tonight's show is actually Father Robert Spitzer, because I think this may be the first time we've had a Catholic apologist in the hot
seat. You can
seat,
call him Daddy if you want. I do. Yeah, or Dada. I tried so hard not to make the Dada joke. Like I was like, I'm gonna make an actual daddy joke, but we can't. It's so hard now. And I saw Ultimatum. Ultimatum gave us an update, sending love to Ultimatum if he's out there, who basically said very close to coming on the channel, if you get what I mean, and debating.
Why don't him and Jesus get a room or something?
Oh my. See, that just, I now am just imagining like a Jesus in fishnet stockings. Aren't we all, though?
Slamming him hard.
I'm tricky. Oh, what a thought. It's such a cliche being big on breasts. It's hard not to be, though, if you get what I mean. It's true. Every time I see someone, I see a girl with very large hair, very long hair. I'm always like, my gosh, you can call me daddy. Oh, my slicey. Do. I just want you to know, flirting gets you everywhere. I'm just sending love to the Twitch, and then we'll send the love out. If you would like verbal shout-outs, we give verbal shout-outs to all the supporters out there because they give love to us. You can find our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. You can also join our channel members right down below and trigger creationists. I think I'm going to be talking about Ken Hovind. I now understand the fear. I think that's so funny.
Did he get in contact with you yet?
He didn't, but I assume he will. We'll see. Maybe I should send him back.
An email. Yeah.
Oh my! It's hard to get. I want to talk theology, science, and philosophy, and yet, that girl deck. It's hard to get off Thea's minds. But really, James, who doesn't think about the girl deck day in, day out? So,
who doesn't? We know Kent's not among them.
We know, unless Matt Powell's there.
Maddie.
But also, sending love to the speakers, which I hope we're able to save you from, but also all of those atheists, theists, liberal or conservative, come on your sheets, not come on your sheets. Normally I say just come not on our sheets. I guess come on your sheets, or there's other places to come. But you can also come on our stream yard, because we will give the link after it's done. We'll be doing 1.25. I listened to him on 1.5. And the nonsense. What annoys me about this video is that he just... I keep on saying it over and over, is that there's just two different jobs. When it comes to the apologist, the creationist, their job is to sound technical. Whereas a scientist's job, a skeptic's job, is to convey information. Oftentimes to sound as untechnical as possible.
Try to make it as easily understandable as possible, whereas
it's digestible.
The apologists try to make it as confusing as they possibly can, so that you'll just throw your hands up. I can't understand it. It must be God.
Oh, different. Yes, exactly. Well, and they use incredulity to an nth extreme. They are so used to just talking to like mom and pop who work at the diner or came from the diner and like don't really know quantum mechanics or have a good biological background.
Hey,
and so, what is up, Titan? Hello, humans. It's how I feel sometimes when I see other humans. Hello, Earthlings. Also, Titan Uranus. I love saying his name, just like Stupid Whore Energy, who they both have tied. I think they're the king. Sorry. I think they're the queen and queen tied for like both best names out there. However, it's always interesting watching
Fundies. Is a size queen. I have heard that before.
Yes. Aren't we all, though? Who isn't? God is infinitely in size. Let him grow. Let him grow, James. But what's up, Shane the Skeptic? Came at a good time. Ooh, coming on the sheets. What's going on here? Definitely came at a good time. What is up, Shane the Skeptic? Sending love to Shane. You guys should all be checking out his channel as well. Shane does lots of awesome content. Beamsy says the hardest thing you find just after getting any form of education is explaining it. See, I was waiting for like a punchline, and then Beamsy was like, I think conveying actual information. It's like the hardest thing you find after conveying information is your penis. Anything is explained, yes. Well, and I also find that, it's not until maybe this is why I like teaching, until you're able to really regurgitate it intelligently back and simply to people that you understand it. Don't you mean let it blow? Yes, I do.
Hey, Dr. Tapiocaweasel.
What is up, Dr. Tapiocaweasel? Boom, 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 boom,
He was
boom,
on
boom.
AJ's stream the other day. I saw him.
Was he? Head over to AJ. AJ triggered. Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about him. I was doing the route, but I don't see my comment pending. Man, how much time do we have? I wasn't going to say nothing, y'all, because I was going to say that by not talking about him, that was like enough, actually, because what specific people do, not saying that all people are like this so that it can incorporate everybody's life. We all like to feel special. We all need attention. We all want gold stars, but
Recognition, yeah.
But sometimes that is kind of like what people want after setting fires. And so you don't want to give them that.
Chaos.
Yes. However, Brett Keane. And it's funny. It's just like when people want their names. I won't say other names because then you're equating them with other names. But like, I'm sending love, who I was going to do an interview with like a week or two ago. But after I said, hey, Brett, sure, let's do it next week, he replied with a response that was like, you know what, Amy? It's taken you a year to have this interview after he disappeared, just now coming back. And I can never get a time with you. And thus, that's not what friends are. You can go yourself.
So
and he said it twice. And he said, fuck it, and you can go yourself.
I think I have way more interesting people lined up just begging to get on my channel. So you can go kick rocks, Newman.
Boom, boom, boom. Exactly. And I think I edited that post 3 times because I was so angry when I first saw it. After telling him I could do it like it was the weekend, I'm like, this week. And he's like, rah, 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 rah. And I was going to let that go into the nether. I got to a zen point and I was like, you know what? I really do suck at time. I think we can even tell from when this stream went live. So I'm so sorry. I hope you have a good life, blah, blah, blah. And I wasn't going to say nothing. However, I was going to let it go. However.
No, James Wolfe, he is not. And that's something that I was actually tried to explain like a year ago, but he was actually acting like he was being nice for a while. So even though I'm saying he is not nice at his core, but he's behaving nice for the moment.
No, I couldn't agree more. And sometimes I get so excited about a subject. I really felt pain in Brett a long time ago, at least a year or so, because like I said, he disappeared and then came back and was like, why didn't you I felt pain in a lot of his like videos. I could hear that he was going through a lot of like the same theistic troubles that like a lot of us go through, with like the moral argument, with hell, with thinking about suffering, your loved ones being there while you are actually in heaven. He said at one point that I was the only one who I think, or very close of the atheists and many of the Christians as well, who said that he understood because when I first heard it from James is the one who told me. He was like, I can't believe you understand me. Like, well, I heard it from someone from my co-host, which is maleficity. I can't even, now I'm saying Maltheism, which is just that God is evil. God exists and he is evil. And I'm like, well, that is the actual, if you actually believe, in my opinion, that the God of the Bible exists, then that would be the moral position to do. And so I reached out to him, or I don't know how, but we had a very cordial, I would say, because we are on the online world. As much as I would consider anyone a Skeptic and Ranting community member, a friend. And then, he disappeared and came back. And I was so angry until I looked that he must have said the exact same thing to Kent Hovind, the exact same thing to other people at the exact same time, because he released videos that was like, go fuck this person, go fuck this person.
Now he's back with Kent Hovind.
And what happened yes, within releasing those, he took down those videos, and now he's back to a good old boy Christian, apparently. Now all he's doing, he's like become an opposite atheist junior. He's now crawled up Kent's, there must be a word for that. Yeah, there must be. You can finger it. I just can't think of the word. Tighten your anus. Do you know what it is? Yes, something like that. And so now he's releasing that. And so to bring this hero's journey, my story back, he released a video recently, because I was not going to say anything. I told James all this, and yet I said it offline because like I said, I think that certain people actually deserve this attention, or not deserve. They want it. They want the attention. They want the drama. They can do a response video, and then I can do a response to your response video. And then they can just be a
dialoguing with him too much is like dialoguing with a wall. It's pointless. It's you're not dealing with someone in good faith.
I'll say this, and I'll say everyone else, like James, people have been telling me these are, I often put hope. I don't want to say faith. I often put hope because I really do want people to change. I want to give olive branches out to people. But this is what I'll say to
that's right, upside down guy.
Uh-huh. I will say I could maybe in the back of my head, I'll tell you what, I could have spoken about it a week or two ago. I've already, like I said, I didn't speak about it behind James this week. I spoke it to him before. Oh, I'm getting up to why I became, because I did. I left, I think, in my opinion, I left on a goodbye, Brett. And almost I'm sorry, even though apparently it seems to be all on his side, or at least majority. Anyway, because we all have our things, but what was I going to say? Yes, opposite AJ and how amazing Atheist Junior is. He released a video where, because now Kent's coming on every day. He's got a new bitch boy, and so he had AJ join one of these streams. I watched for a good portion of it. I thought AJ was very amicable. I think many of the atheists, as spicy as we are, we put on very amicable hats when we go into many other theist rooms.
I mean, AJ is a respectful, polite. He's not belligerent. He's not going to be cursing Ken out or just hurling vicious insults at him left and right.
Indeed, because ad hominems don't get us that.
I mean, you could do that. You could just sit there and insult him the whole time, and a lot of it would probably be valid, but that wasn't the point of the discussion. So
don't let him get you down. You're such a positive person. In fact, you brighten my day every time I watch you. Looking cute, BT dubs. Thank you so much, Slicey Slicer. Send that love right back. And I guess you will bring, like I said, I'll bring it right back down. Upside down guy. There is no way. I keep on saying it. No way, something. But that's okay. Sending love. But TP from my bunghole. We love everybody here. So he made he took this little soundbite of AJ and basically saying that a dog is always going to be a dog. Like it's not going to randomly become another organism. And then he took a little clip of AJ saying we're related to dogs. And slowed it down. And it went, we're related to dogs. And then it was like, a dog will always be a dog. I'm sorry. Yeah, both of those things are true. I'm glad that you put a fact over here and then a fact over here in slow motion. So thank you for showcasing AJ.
Well, like I've said before in regards to this particular individual, so if you don't know him, he used to be an atheist. I guess about 8 years ago, he says he came. I don't believe it, but he says he came across Ken Hovind's tapes and they converted him to Christianity. And when I first became familiar with him was about 2 years ago. He was going on some of the apologist channels. He was just a mainline regular Christian. Then he became like a maltheist where he's like, yeah, the God is real. He's just an asshole. He doesn't care about you. It's all he just fucks with people for his own amusement, but he's really a dick. Then he became a regular Christian again. Oh, God is great. He's this, he's that. We just don't understand what he does sometimes. Then about 8 months ago, he stopped putting stuff on his channel. He was in our side chat saying he's not a Christian anymore. I don't know if he said he was some type of deist. He didn't say he was an atheist, but he was maybe like pantheist or deist, but definitely not a Christian anymore. And, he reappears again. And now he's just a regular Christian again. So, and then he had been trying to get Amy to do interviews on his channel before. She went on there. She did a stream with Ken Hovind on there before. And debating with him on his streams, it's really annoying. I find it to be annoying because Brett will not debate. He cannot debate, okay? He used to put out challenges for debates, but he would run away from them or give all because, he's not going to debate. But when you do these debates on his channel, like he just like jumps in every so often to like throw out a talking point or, oh, Kent, what about this? What about this? What about this? And then he runs away because he can't actually defend what he believes in. He can't debate, but he just kind of lobs missiles in there and runs away. And it disrupts the flow of the debate. It's really annoying when he does it that way. But whatever. It's his channel. He can do what he wants. If that's how he wants to do. Him and his 300 subscribe because he hides his sub count. But whatever. Based on his views, it's probably about...
He finally showed it. He's got about 200 subs.
200. So I was actually giving him more credit than what he was. Dude, his 300 subscribers, whatever. Because he's deleted his channel, brought it back so many times, and that just kills your growth. But he's upset. He gets upset when his channel doesn't blow up and he's not like get thousands of subscribers and views. And then he says anybody who has a Patreon is just in it for the money. Yet he's
got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We're gonna let James talk for a second. I'll be right back.
I'll just keep roasting Brett. But But you guys know Amy. She has a heart of gold, and she just loves everybody naturally. And you can try to warn her, but at some level, she's going to be true to herself, and I think that's one thing that why so many people love Amy, because she does have that good heart. She does really genuinely care about people. She wants to be able to reach people and just help them understand things better. But unfortunately, this is a case where you're not dealing with a good faith person. You're dealing with somebody who, I would not consider him a honest, good faith interlocutor on the subject. But how did we first get? It was my first debate with Kent, and we had an after show on the Atheist Junior channel, and Brett was in the side chat he was in the side chat during the debate, just hurling stupid comments saying, I think we come from rocks and whatever. And he came in the after show, was just hurling vitriolic remarks and stuff like that. I think AJ ended up blocking him, and he whined and cried to AJ for unblock me. So eventually he did. He's like, fine, I'll block you. Shut up. But then he started coming on our channel a couple times. Amy did a conversation with Brett on his channel. And then Brett asked Amy to do an interview, which, okay. Now, his subscribers, his 200 subscribers, that's not really fertile ground for us to look for. So we're not going to get much out of going on his channel, if anything, because those are not really the people who are most likely to subscribe to us, people on the Brett Keane channel. But just to do it to be nice and as a gesture of good faith, maybe maybe there will be a couple people who watch it. We can give them a little bit better understanding of something, at least understand our position a little bit more, whatever. She was going to do it, but you know how Amy is. She's always taking classes. She teaches classes sometimes. She's got this show to do. And although actually we do have lives and jobs and family obligations outside of YouTube, outside of this. So, sometimes scheduling gets a little tight. And, when you're doing something out of the goodness of your heart, you expect people to be understanding and grateful. Like, hey, no, do it when you have a chance. I'm just thankful that you're taking the opportunity to do it. We'll work around your schedule. But so they were, talking about that. Then he abandoned his channel for 8 months. He just stopped producing content. He's not a Christian anymore. And basically what he wants is everybody to just, flood him with emails and messages. Oh, Brett, where are you? How are you? Why aren't you making content? What are you doing? And when that doesn't happen, he gets all upset. So he comes back. He's a Christian now, but he's lashing out at people for not hunting him down and asking him why he's not making content anymore. But if somebody's running a YouTube channel and they voluntarily just walk away from it, maybe they are tired of it. They don't want to deal with it anymore. Why are you going to go bothering them if they don't want to do it anymore? That's on them. Hey, if it's too much hassle, if it doesn't make you happy anymore, if it's too much work, whatever, you don't want to do it, don't do it. It's up to you. But then he comes back and he's like, oh, hey, Amy, what about that interview? And Amy's like, well, yeah, I'll try and get you in next week. And what was she supposed to say? Like, no, Brett, let me drop everything. Let me just clear my entire schedule for you, Brett, because you are the priority. All my school obligations, family obligations, work, whatever, all that shoved to the side. We're here for you, Brett. When would you like to do it? She wasn't saying, no, I'm not going to do it. Just, I can't do it in the next couple of days. Can we do something next week? And for him to just go off on her like that. And
he basically
nothing but kind to him. Too kind, to him. But that's just how she is. But
he tossed our friendship away because I basically didn't say Tuesday. I just said next week. And he's like, that's not specific enough. by. But he also did this to a bunch of other people. This is why I think it's something more than just me. And with that, my big thing is just that he attacked AJ. I was never going to.
He is not liked AJ for the longest because AJ goes after Kent, and he kisses Kent's ass. I do remember it was like maybe a couple months before he disappeared, and he was saying, because he had Cindy Lincoln on there, and he was getting her story out, talking to her about, what happened, and, he heard her side of it. Then he's like, well, okay, to be fair, we'll let Kent come on, and we'll see what Kent says. But instead of trying to be neutral or whatever, he just threw Cindy under the bus and took Kent's side. Kent is right. He's a great man of God. Why are you trying to wreck his ministry? And, he basically took Kent's side on everything. Because obviously Kent has a much larger subscriber base, and he's looking to become a YouTube superstar. So, hey, it's better to be in with Kent. Then he was saying he's going to take Kent's ministry down when he pretended to care about this boy that Kent allowed to be molested at DAL, when Kent, who has a registered sex offender on the property, who has multiple convictions, but Kent thinks he's innocent. It's all a conspiracy to frame him for Satan, whatever. He's really innocent, but and this guy who is a sex offender brings this boy to the compound there, and they allow him to not only stay on the compound, but to stay in the same room with this young child. I mean, what could go wrong in that situation, Amy? What could go wrong with having a convicted sex offender stay in the room alone with the child? I don't know. But yeah, they were all
exactly
upset about that.
James, what I think we need to do is basically just throw like piranhas and then like have someone bleed and throw them in. But besides that, right?
But yeah, they were all pretending to care about this because Kent was warned about it. People came to him like, Kent, look, even if you really think he's innocent, just to be extra cautious, to be extra safe, maybe we shouldn't have him on campus. There's kids here. Maybe we shouldn't let him sleep in the same room as a child. And Ken basically like, no, kick rocks. I run this place. If you don't like it, too bad. My rules. I do what I want. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. And basically he didn't care about this child who did end up saying that he in fact was touched inappropriately at DAL. And then Kent said he was a moron, this kid. So, I guess none of that counts anymore. Nobody cares about that anymore.
No, well, that's okay, because God is objectively moral. So as long as the people are shoving that objectively moral God. Exactly. Also, this is, although her real name may be Buttercup, I like to think of her as Spider Cat, because Spider Cat will climb where Spider Cat wants to go.
She keeps multiple pipes next to her.
That's true. I also, as Randolph says, this is also the baseball bat of kindness. Harley Quinn let me borrow it.
Loving God.
Woohoo! A loving God.
Oh, look at this.
Thank you so very much. Ian Davenport is sending us a super sticker.
Thanks so much, Ian.
A $20 epic fail. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, it was kind of a little bit of a crazy situation. And Kent, with his multiple ex-wives, I really...
Committee of ex-wives at this point.
Exactly. I only... lost a friendship, but there's been actual court cases that are going around for some of the gravity experiments that Kent Hovind decided to perform on his wife. And
don't you wish, upside down guy? Don't you wish?
I know. Sending so much love, Ian Davenport. Ian Davenport is out there on the interwebs sending love to atheist non-believers. I have seen him. I can't help it. I
He's
love
all
a
over.
lot myself. And so we can't help but give the love back to him. And so thank you so very much. Is the wrong. Sorry. Is it supposed to be like epic win? That is okay.
Talking about Brett Keane epic fail. Yeah, he is an epic fail.
But that's okay, Ian. If you tell me what the super sticker is, I'll still act it out. Either way, we just love that you're sending us love. Take our word for it. We love you right back. The Skeptic and Ranting community really is the best community. I would not trade it for any of the thousands of denominations of religions. Oh. Anyway, thank you so much, Ian Davenport.
Thanks, Ian.
And yes, Upside Down Guy also. I know, for $2. Well, I like to think very specifically. You know, Ian shoves $20, which was good, but we'll just pretend that this is just two. We'll just put this right down here, right through
there.
There
you go.
Amy is handling her wood on cam. That is true. That is very much true. I like to think that I am not only good at handling wood, you know, when I need to, but I also like to think that I am a shake weight expert. I have been going basically city to city trying to win the shake weight competition. It's hard also because at the same time you're trying to shake weights, you're trying to hold plates up. But yes, the things you do for a decent hand job. What are we talking about? Do you call it evening wood? Oh my, yes, if it's in the evening. Anytime past 5 p.m. I'm going to go with that. I was talking about her slugger. Oh, aren't we? I don't remember anymore. Oh, my slugger. Yes. Yeah. Wood. Yes. That's right, baby. That is right. I will like to say that I'm trying to see if I can for the kitties. I'm also trying to do Mr. J. I don't mean to hit him, but it just happens. Okay, enough of that. Sending Cynthia McDonald Cam $20. So much love. Oh my goodness. I just have to say, sending really so much love to the Skeptic and Ranting community. Sending love to Cynthia McDonald.
Thank you so much.
Who is sending at CAMM. $20 for the kitties. Give them treats with this $20. I feel like
indeed.
At that point, I have to at least. I'm just gonna.
What is that like? Like the cam girl sites where they have prices for stuff you want them to do. You could do that. Like, give the cat a treat is a certain price.
Exactly. Yeah. Feed a cat. Cat treats in the other. I wish I could rule of 3 it. So I'm just going to put food in front of her. Yes, queen.
Oh boy.
I'll be honest with you. I know this sounds silly, but like as a mom, and they are my fur babies, it does. You get so much pleasure out of just watching them eat. Yay, Penelope's happy. And oh my goddess. Keep it in your.
I mean, I guess for that.
Oh my! Wow! I just noticed what the sign. I did think that said the just. I did not notice the 0 there.
Yeah, for that amount, I guess you can keep it in your pants for a few minutes anyway.
Wait. TOS. Okay. Anyway, okay. Keep it in your pants. Just give me a second. Just give me. All right.
Would you say anything's a dildo if you're brave enough?
Exactly.
I mean, that's a little extreme, but
We're just gonna. Oh God! Oh my!
oh my.
Whew. I haven't felt like this since college. And we're going. And, whew. Anyway, I think we can go back to what we were doing. No way it's going to let me sit like this.
Good luck trying to sit like that.
James, you wouldn't know how often I am accustomed to this feeling. Anyway, we're opening up our OnlyFans tonight. And
the hospital again, you'll get your, like your usual.
I just want to come back with like, what, I just need a
doctor's got to put the
someone to
endoscope
come
up there,
by.
see what he's looking for.
Exactly, and I just want the other person to like just naturally come by with an ice pack on their junk. Like, they don't have to bring up why the ice pack is there. They can just let it hang. What were we talking about? Thank you so very much, Upside Down Guy. Oh my goddess. Thank you so much, Upside Down Guy, Cynthia, Ian Davenport, like all of you, all y'all. Thank you so very much. You make this channel and you enable us to make us more fun content. Exactly. So sending so much love to you, and I'm going to try and keep it in my pants. For now. That's the...
Speaking of that, it just gives me flashbacks to the time when, this is like 15 years ago, but I was with one of my friends. It was actually like 1 a.m. We were watching Mystery Science Theater on the TV, a DVD or whatever. We got a call from one of our other friends saying, actually it was his girlfriend who called saying that, because they didn't have a car, that we needed to come pick them up because he needed to go to the hospital. Like, why? Like, he's bleeding really bad. Where is he bleeding from? Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I know Penelope. She's like,
to say we were
go get that checked out.
Emergency room for like an hour with him with an ice pack down there, waiting for the doctors to come see him. And,
I have a similar story opposite of that.
meow.
That's a future bit to come. I don't have one myself, so it's actually of someone else. But I just wish that I had an ice pack there so that they could insinuate that it was me the entire time. You've never heard of Mystery Science Theater outside of Back to the Future? Oh my. Mystery Science Theater is amazing.
It's one of her favorites.
I like to think, yes, it is kind of what we do here. I like to think we're kind of like Mystery Science Theater meets Mythbusters. And like, which we're about to. Hello. Dave Gar! What is up, Hassan? What is up, Sage, Ohio? And Randolph Richardson. Sending love to Randolph, another atheist YouTube content creator out there who you should all be following. We do a Fortnite stream. I keep on saying that. That is now called... That was a terrible drum line. The Theist Helpline. And so come join us once a week as we talk. Have I read the Quran? What a good question.
Like cover to cover?
I can't say. I'm just looking at AJ's thing. I haven't, but I've actually read decent portions of the Quran if you would like to talk about it. I know that many non-Muslims don't read the Quran. That's why I'm reading it, because it seems to be the best way of knowing the Quran is false. Spicy, right? Welcome to the channel. Hey, we love Muslims, Christians, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, whatever you're into. We don't kink shame. Atheist Junior, yo. So AJ, we were just kind of talking about you. I couldn't help myself, like for a little while.
She couldn't help
because I was like I said, I could have vented about this easily last week
sooner.
or so, but I did. I had left Brett a message, and I was like, because I don't know if you know this, AJ. I don't think you know. I know people who just been watching this, so like we'd just been listening to this subject. And at this point, we're in an hour.
I told AJ about it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
That went off on you.
I really was gonna I had lost a friend who I thought I was being nice to, and this is the thing I wanted to say, and this is my final message I will say to Brett, and I'll say this to all masculine creatures out there: good luck when you offend a woman, a feminine person's feelings. Like, I know that we shit on them all day online, and you shouldn't take them for empirical evidence, but being a shitty friend or an asshole, yeah. We don't just roll over, like, the next day. You can't just have, like, a different stream and go back up someone's butt. Nonetheless, I was going to let it go until he attacked you. Like, did you see that 30-second clip that he made of you, AJ, or whatever it is, where it was like, hey, did you guys know that dogs actually are always going to be dogs because of how clades work and because of nested hierarchies? And then later on, you said, we're all related to dogs. And he did like a little bit where he's like, we're all related to dogs. Yes, he did in slow motion, as if that's a contradiction. And it was like, no, you just said a fact that you just made AJ say a fact in slow motion. But thank you, creationist.
Well, I wasn't gonna say it, but when you're dealing with somebody like Ken Hovind, he doesn't get evolution because he doesn't want to get it. He desperately wants it not to be true, but he is probably capable of understanding it. Somebody like Brett, I just don't think he is capable of wrapping his head around the concept of it. It just baffles him. He is doesn't have the right hardware up there to be able to understand it. So
see, I want that to be true. I was going to say the exact opposite. I was going to say, I think he knows evolution is true, and he's just milking it because that's a shtick.
That's Kent. Kent is doing that. Brett just doesn't get it because he's just not smart enough to be able to understand it.
The slightly older cat wants to go out, but then the little one will chase because she wants to be with the cool kids. You staying? No? So many kids. And I saw Stephanie says, I want to be your dog. I love Cooper. It's so funny because Cooper, he's such a big dog, and yet he thinks he's small. And then this one, the littlest one, thinks she is so big. Brett used to be in favor of evolution. Yeah. Well, I honestly, it's rumored that Huxley, the quote unquote bulldog of Darwin, when he was rumored to have first heard of natural selection, when Darwin first explained it to him, he went, "Wow, wish I had thought of that." Something akin to that, and so to me, it's very intuitive. Like, you have to straw man. It's just, I hate to go back to the LGBTQ thing, but it's like you have to straw man us to make sense. So, like, if you say, I don't see a dog become a dolphin, well, I mean, that's true. I don't see a dog become a dolphin either, because that's not what evolution is. And they have what I call the Pokemon view of evolution. They're waiting for like one organism to like flash and glow and go boom, 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 and go bigger and like have a noticeable trajectory upwards in a very specific trait that they value, like intelligence. Why aren't there brains? And why aren't they getting opposable thumbs? Why aren't they becoming humans?
Well, Brett has said that he used to be an atheist until he came across Kent's videos, and that convinced him to be a Christian. So I'm going to say that if you believe in evolution, if you understand it,
no, that makes sense. I get it.
And then Kent's videos are enough to persuade you that it's all not true, I'm going to go ahead and say that you probably never really understood evolution to begin with. You probably never really got it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to do a Brett meets Cat impersonation.
Oh.
See if my dry erase works. How'd that work? No, I'm now gonna have brown on my nose. That was such a mistake. Hold on, here. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, the things I do for comedy, okay? I would not regret any of it. Damn it. No, that one was brown. It's brown.
It looked black from the camera.
I just hit the microphone. That I'm even more apologetic for. That's right. Art requires sacrifice. Okay. We're going to start doing shout-outs, and while we do the shout-outs, I'll go into a subject, and when I hear James start riffing, I'm going to run away and doll up my nose again and pretend like I didn't do this. No, I'm still happy I did it because art. What were we talking about? We are actually skeptic and ranting on the latest evidence of God and the soul. This is live. That's right. Do it live. Tides go in, tides go out. Can't explain that. Standing by that. That's right. If we evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? If Americans had boats that came over from Europeans, why are there still Europeans, right? These Europeans, they should be... Oh. I also like air every once in a while. I've been a big fan. Yes, we're going to send out love because these Patreons were sending love to amazing supporters at both our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman and our channel members with our evolving badge system. It evolves. Just needs time. Apparently we worship time. But including those and I'm going to set this up, in fact,
do it.
Sending love to the one, the only, the amazing and fabulous Rachel Holland. Because
thanks,
Rachel is reminding us. James, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you think that biblical slavery is moral?
I personally would have to go with no, but obviously the Christians have different feelings on that. Oh boy, do we have a video for you guys tonight? It's going to be good. You won't want to miss it. I'm sure Amy ran to get one of her famous props, so she'll be right back. Anyway. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Cynthia says, if they're humans evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? Yeah, that's kind of one of the straw men, one of the fallacious arguments they like to make, even if they don't word it in that exact way. I mean, some of these Christians, some of these apologists, they really go through amazing lengths just to not understand evolution.
Yeah, you kind of have to straw man it. Biblical slavery is morally moral. Is that like goodly good? When Jewish people are the whip holders. Oh, gee.
So when Amy's got the whip, you better get your ass to work, upside down guy. You can join. You can take your pants off and join Gavin and Iron Horse down below.
But I don't know. I hate to. I keep on saying it's not any specific religion that is in control of people, human beings. I wish that I didn't have school loans, but nonetheless, if the Jewish space lizards would allow us. But yes, biblical slavery is not moral. I know, I can't help myself. I would never imitate. I don't know what you're talking about. James, would you have your lady put your mouth down there when that's a man's job?
You mean women can perform oral sex?
What?
No, what? Guys, you would never let a woman put her mouth down there, would you guys? No. That's
unlike
gross.
Gavin and Iron, who are consistently down there. And what is up, Pineapple Jesus? Yeah, that's right. I had a fun time at DebateCon. I'm hoping that I get to go to the next DebateCon because I think Modern Day Debate just hit 100,000 subscribers, which is... And so just sending love to the MDD community. I had a lot of fun. I hope that I get to do not only moderate, but get to do more panels because I thought I had a great time with James Ake. I think I'm getting slowly better at talking politics. Like it used to be so uncomfortable for me, but like looking back, and I think that James, we dominated that speech back and forth. I think because we're just freaking strong personalities, I guess. But I really, he seems like a confused but nice guy. Like at the core of it, I just want him to leave. I want more skeptics. Jeez, is it oral sex, not just when you talk about it? Oh my, that's right. It's oral. It's not gay only if they touch. I think that's actually the only way it's not gay is if they touch. So sending love. I keep on.
Amy, did you know that straight porn is actually gay? And,
straight porn is actually gay.
Only gay porn. Gay porn is really straight porn. The straight porn is gay.
Oh, I know. What is up, Amaretto? I've actually, I'd say I slowly embrace the liberal label. I would say a little bit. I used to be much more hesitant because I always wanted to make a compromise. I still do want to make compromises with people. It's just, I'll just keep on saying is that the things that they call degenerate, the LGBTQ and supporting of minorities and women, the things that they think are the degradation of society are actually what make society strong. It actually seems to be that when a society actually gets a certain amount of technology and access to information and become pluralistic enough, they stop judging all of their brothers and sisters and even those in between. And so, yeah, you need to compromise forgiveness for swinging chicken animal abuse. Can I tell you that and I know this is like the common thing. Like the people, it's kind of like how atheists know more about religion and read the Bible. I find the people who like dislike Jews, they like, hey, do you remember in the Talmud in like section 473? And they're like, no, I'm at a Super Smash Brothers competition. This is Comic-Con. Like, I know my name is like Matthew Blocksky, but yeah. Anyway, yes, combo. And so, I don't know. It's a little bit different. But I'm still sending love. Oh, and what you're the chicken abuse. Yes, technically speaking, there is. And also, please tell me you're an atheist and not a Christian. Because isn't like the Jesus thing like human abuse? Isn't that? I mean, to us, that's animal abuse. But let me get to the outside talking point. Is like, did you know somewhere? I think it is more in the Talmud. I'd have to check if it's in the Torah. Maybe it is in the Torah. But you can put your sins on a chicken and beat the chicken, and there go your sins.
Well, that's objectively moral. I mean,
objectively moral.
I mean,
but like it's this.
Kind of just like when you rip the head off the pigeon and the priest would spray the blood around the altar, and yeah.
But like the people who
objectively good.
But like we're supposed to be the ones making fun of that. Like they believe in the same Bible. It's rarely. There are atheists and Germanic, pagan, whatever kind of nationalists out there. But for the lot of it, it tends to be Christians. And the irony of just hating Jews while you're Messiah, like it is, all the apostles were Jews. Paul was a Jew. Jesus was a Jew. Jesus' mom, apparently his dad, both of them, all Jews.
Like his dad was Dada. He didn't have
Dada. Yes, his Dada. But like all sides, Jewish. You have to brew me some nonsense to get out of that.
I'll take a cup of bullshit.
So sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us the separation of church and state, very important. Autocracy and theocracy fail. Yeah, they can get power. They do come to power. Democracy kind of kicks its butt. Anyway, sending love to the separation of church and state, sending love to Senator Cato, sending love to Dale Pastel as we look for a little bit of empirical evidence. Just a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot. A lot of people will tell us we are biased for even wanting any sort of empirical evidence. They tell T-Jump and myself, and I imagine Leophilius, we're unreasonable for thinking that there's a naturalistic answer for consciousness, even though all evidence points in that direction. Lots of things we're figuring out. All evidence, current evidence, natural. Anyway, sending love to Chris Disciple.
Naturalism of the gaps, they used to say.
Naturalism of the gaps, which has never happened. That is not understanding the fallacy of God of the Gaps to begin with. The reason it's called God of the Gaps is because you don't know what it is. It is incredulity, or a fancy term for ignorance. And you go and go, God did it. How did it happen?
Well, like they're saying, like, okay, well, I mean, so science doesn't have a complete understanding of abiogenesis, but we would say that when they do, we think it will be a naturalistic explanation. So they're saying, well, that's naturalism of the gaps, because you're expecting a naturalistic answer. You're filling that gap in, and we're doing the same thing. We're just filling it in with God.
But all of the evidence actually points towards a natural answer. It's like I always try and point out, just because correlation isn't always causation, but we say that just because of how often correlation is causation. And I'm always like,
a lot.
So like if you just had like a nail, a really big one, and like you put it through someone's liver, imagine you just took their pain away. Chances are their conscious would still be fine until their body is picking up. If you did it to their random parts of their leg or their arm or no organs at all, just going straight. But some reason, James, why is it for some reason when like a nail goes through the brain, consciousness seems to like start breaking down? Isn't that weird? It just seems to have like this really thing. And when you talk about consciousness, isn't it kind of, once again, you don't normally have a proctologist come over? Isn't that weird? Don't normally say bend over when you're having trouble with...
Slicey's gone to bed. Have a good night, Slicey.
Night, Slicey. Slicer, sending so much. Got to hit the hay. And we hope to see that with a kiss. Aw, sending so much love real soon. Peace out. Infinity and beyond. And TM copyright. Or whatever. Have fun-filled atheistic night. Woohoo. Sending so much love right back to you. Slicey Slicer, we hope we got to tuck you in. Or if you're on the other side of the world, we hope you're waking up and grabbing coffee. Or if you're painting your house, eating a sandwich, having a sissy make you a sandwich. What are we talking about? Anyway, sending love to Chris Disciple, reminding us that there are many theistic, it's true, skeptics out there. He has been coming on lately and been so nice to us. We need to send it right back to him. He is part of Skeptic Ranting. Exactly. And so sending love, Chris, and then
right, Cynthia. We're gonna get to that tonight in the video. Talk about
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help. If you're asking why we have, it's just been, I guess, because of the whole. Like I said, I'm not normally a dramatistic. I guess everyone likes a little spice. However, I'm not like a TMZ person. I actually like it when people get together. I make fun of the, like at one point, it was like a takedown video, and then someone was reviewing the takedown video, but then they had people on from that. And so it was actually a group of people watching a takedown video of another. At a certain point, you're like, you know what? Just be a decent human. You don't need God. It actually makes all this shit a lot harder.
Sure.
Unlike that, something else down my leggings. But the last three, sending love to. We are saying love to. We have a skeptic Bible study. Rejos loves to send you and remind you that we are knee deep in Joshua. I mean the chapter of the book of the Bible. Yes. He took over for Moses because Moses finally died. And I really do say finally, because I know everyone knows like the OG Moses story, you know, what made him famous, what put him on the map. Decades and decades of just giving it over to the big man up top, basically to make it to the finish line and get slapped down and have Joshua take over. So thank you, Rejos, and thank you, Abcdeig. Abcdeig, remind me that the flat earthers, the young earthers, don't make models. They have no idea how to explain a planet, a galaxy,
and
the
that's
sun.
They're dumb.
They dumb. They always. They think that we think that they are dumb. We don't. We often I like to think skeptics keep other skeptics in check. We like to say that, now I can't help it. Every time when I use multiple pronouns, they're like, well, who's they? Skeptics. And now I lost my thing before that. Peer review process, empirical evidence. Please just give us. I forget what I was saying right before that. So thank you, Matt D. Oh, give us a model. Give us something that you can actually test that is verifiable. Also, just the terminology drives me crazy because I think that it's handpicked, just like the creationist and the flat earther terminology. It's a fairy tale. Also, talking snakes, rib women, dome, ice dome. Right, fairy tale. Anyway, sending love to Matt Deeg, and last but not least, sending love to Ian Davenport. Ian. He was out there. We're sending love to him. Sending so much love to him as he reminds us that, well, watchmaker arguments kind of suck. Watchmaker, make me a watch. But not a heart, because that's naturally occurring.
Thanks, Ian.
What is up, Zellini? Also, what is up? We're trying to get you and a bunch of others, though I know that we're setting up your debate, so coming soon. And yes, so once again, Regis, Matt, and Ian, thank you so very much. Sending love to all of our supporters, all of our Patreons at patreon.com/ABNewman. And, of course, our channel members listed in the description below. As well as all the super chats. We got so much love tonight. I really do need to send double love to all the people that super chats. And so thank you so very much. It really, and hey, it's the dirty little secret. You be my dirty little secret. Don't tell them. That on atheist channels, agnostic, skeptic, whatever the hell you want to call them, when we get opposing views, the engagement actually goes up. For everyone saying that, and by everyone, I mean for the creationists, you probably think the flat earthers and young earthers and all of them who think we're in an echo chamber. Yeah, we actually like when people disagree with us and put their views to the test.
Check the private chat.
Let me come here. No, I can't. See, I almost feel like I should just to have you come on and dress it, and then we can go on and wrap that up and then go do the subject. Here you go. I'll give this. It's only really for one person. Because I've talked about you so much in this one and the only stream because of AJ. Because I was going to avoid the issue. I'll talk with you here and I'll talk with you.
Night,
and maybe we'll resolve it. There you go. StreamYard link in there. For one specific
Don't be open
person.
for one particular individual.
Though I guess if we probably couldn't help ourselves with young Earth creationists in generals, but the skeptics of the world.
Now she's done it.
Now I've done it.
You have to be patient. There's a little bit of delay out there.
Oh no, that's I understand that. Oh no. I was just trying to be specific
about the delay, yeah.
But how are you, Brett?
I'm doing pretty good. I was feeling a little nauseous and rough earlier, but I had me 2 bologna sandwiches. Thank goodness I'm not Jewish, or I wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah. Hey. Or it might just be secular, because my parents eat bacon. But I get what you mean. trying to think. I've been complaining. I've been venting about you in some of the stream. I'll be like on the nose about it.
Well, it's about time you gave me a shout out.
A shout out. I mean, I generally say sending love. I mean, that isn't generally how you get shout outs like that. I wasn't going to talk about the subject until, I mean, if you came on here and talked, I'd respond, and so I wasn't going to ignore you. But I thought that the engagement we had was not a good one. How do you feel? Because you seem like you come on wanting to talk, so.
Well, I was bothered a little bit over in Discord. I know text comes off monotone, but I've been interested in interviewing you because I do dig you, and I think it'd be a great interview. And unfortunately, you just keep pushing it off. So I figured you were just kind of, giving a sleight of hand on me.
Well, I mean, Brett, your channel, you did stop doing your channel for months on end. And when you came back, you just send her a message about it, and she doesn't have availability in the coming few days, but she was going to get to you when she got to you, and you just kind of blew up. You kind of went in a rage about nothing.
Well, I wouldn't call it a rage. I just simply typed,
you seemed pretty
like you put me off.
You did tell me to fuck myself twice, or at least say, fuck this, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, well, I have my moments. What are you going to do? I still dig you, though.
Okay. She's been nothing but nice to you, Brett. She's always been nothing but nice to you.
Not only that, but it hurt because I feel like of all the people out here, I have reached out to you because I felt like when I originally heard a lot of your content, I never knew you as an atheist, and I only knew you as a certain flavor of Christian, which I thought there was a lot of pain in your voice, like you were reaching out to someone, not even necessarily a god. I felt like you were reaching out, just please another human. And so it was subtext. It wasn't like you were saying it on the nose, but I agreed with your Maltheism. I thought that it was a logical position because if you see all of the horrible things in the Bible, at least from James and my view, it would make sense that if you were convinced that this God was real, that you would see him as the supervillain, at least we see. That, however, I don't care about that. I don't care if you came a fully like the most mainline. It is 6,000 and the dinosaurs aren't real and all that, and 6 days and all that. But I don't know. I like to think I'm very upfront with people. I know the time management, like I said in my message, when I finally edited my message down to you back, is probably not probably one of my weaknesses. However, I said, let's do it next week. You came back into existence. And so I guess to go full circle, Brett, I love everybody. I love you. I really do view all humans on Earth are my brothers and sisters. I just want you to be successful and happy. I don't agree with Christianity, but I'm not going to like him and Haw if that's what you are and you want to come on here and share your ideas and debate and have good conversation. I will. If you want to interview, I'd still have that interview. I wasn't going to say anything until the AJ thing. And that was kind of what set it off. I guess that's actually, we'll put that, because before I do the final come down, I think that was a little silly. I'll just throw the AJ video out there. Besides that, I guess I'm throwing it back over to you, Brett. Let's do this for...
Well, I guess I would probably say that I
longer.
apologize for my behavior. I did come off pretty cold in the comments on that. I shouldn't have done that. You have been nice, and I've always enjoyed having conversations with you. It was wrong of me. I apologize.
Thank you. I can't not take an apology.
Thank you, Brett.
I hope
I actually appreciate that.
Exactly. And so, yeah. Passive. I hope if I always like to joke that I am aggressive. I am but like I was saying, don't mess with a girl and her feelings. That's the other thing that I was also saying. Or a feminine creature, because I know many of the creationists will go chromosome. And then I'm like, yeah, rib women. All right. I guess I accept your apology, Brett. Thank you actually for coming on and saying so. I view you as my friend. I'm glad that I guess we can keep on being friends, because I thought, we don't always have to agree on the same subjects. In fact, I guess true friends, true friends. That's almost a no true Scotsman. Friends value their other people's opinions.
I do. But the only thing I'm confused about is this guy in the comments called Upside Down Guy. He says, Brett, tell Amy how we went to the moon. What does he mean
trolling.
by that?
He is, we hope he's a troll or a Poe, but Upside Down Guy, I think, is maybe a Christian. He's a flat earther. I don't know whether he is, and he seems very focused.
Conspiracy.
Yes. At the who's the real JOOs, all that good stuff.
Well, Amy, I find myself in predicaments over and over due to having my own live show. I get a lot of flat earthers, people who don't believe we've been to the moon, people who, believe the earth is under 10,000 years old. And I guess people watch and they figure, oh, Brett must subscribe to all these different ideas as well. But I don't. I believe in an old earth, old universe, and all that stuff.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. This conversation is getting better.
I get a lot of my religious friends who are like,
you got out of why
you do that?
See, so, okay. I'm going to say, tell me if you agree, because then I'll bring it back to where we just agreed. Let me see how happy we can get. Evolution? Still skeptical? Is that still a linchpin?
It's not something I hate or something, but I do like looking at some of the issues that I have with it and questioning that. I had a guy on tonight called Critical. What was the rest of his name? He had a huge name, and he was very interesting in some of the responses he gave for it. You know me, I'm open-minded. I'll hear people's thoughts and why they think it's true.
Also, just a real divergent. Is that really you? If that person, you're not, I see whoever Electric Bike Jesus. I can at least see that name.
I'm talking to Titan about it.
Okay. They know why. We have very, very specific. Very, very specific. Because we love everybody. People push us into that specific position. And, well, actually, if it's, I'm trying to now defend. I was really, to use a very specific term, whitewashing. I just have to reiterate. We'll just pretend whoever that we were talking about degenerate things, how like the hating on LGBTQ, hating on women, hating on minorities. And so it is a plank. I will keep on saying it. Racism is degenerate. I know that a lot of the nationalists are used to like hearing the exact opposite. If you need that again, racism is degenerate. All right, that's a completely different tangent that has nothing to do with the parties involved here. Let's bring it back. Can I tell you, those are your topics, Upside Down?
Oh, I've seen the question. I'd be more than happy to respond to it, whether it's a troll or not, if you'd like me to.
I didn't even see. Now they're getting into personal stuff.
I am fine responding. It doesn't bother me. People have tried looking at my personal information and they don't realize that I have a father that is Brett Keene Sr. Yes, he divorced my mother. Yes, he's been through divorces. I, however, have been married for 30 years. I've never been divorced in my life. Did he abandon his kids? He did. So there's your answer.
Can I convince you of something that I think is a misconception from the anti-evolution side? So the way that it's portrayed is that you have an organism and then it evolves into another organism. And so you're looking for this to become this. And the reason that it doesn't just become another animal, it's kind of like it takes on everything that it had before, and then it's only different in comparison to if something else split. And so I'll give you an example, because that all sounds abstract. Because I always say, it's like you're waiting for you're waiting for a dog to become a dolphin. But what it really is if they were actually waiting, they would be waiting for a human to stop being a mammal. That's what we would be. You would have to actually be waiting to stop being any of the how should I say this? The top levels. So and I'll go all the way top. There's never a time when we're not going to be a living organism. That's as top as we're going to be. We're always going to be a living organism. Not only are we always going to be a living organism, we're always going to be a multicellular organism. There's never a time where we're not going to be a living multicellular organism. Okay, but there's never going to be a time where we are a living multicellular animal. We're always going to be a living multicellular animal. And I'm going to keep on going, but you see where this is leading. We're always going to be then a animal that has a notch cord. We always came from a specific fish that is different than a shark. We share more DNA with a fish than a shark. And it sounds like, what? They're in the water. How could that possibly be? Well, if you actually look at their anatomy, we have bones and they have cartilage. There's a bunch of, they have mostly cartilage, I should say, because we have cartilage, clearly, but they have mostly cartilage. And so we're always going to be a living multicellular animal that has a notch cord. Let's keep on going. We're always going to be a mammal. I always like to say mammal because mammal seems really clear. Like if you ask a creationist, they'll be like, well, of course the squirrel is a mammal and we're a mammal. And I don't understand why they accept that. I don't accept why they accept being a mammal so easily, because I don't understand what being a mammal even means to them. I don't understand what the classification, why even differentiate from the lizard. Why even say this is a lizard, this is a squirrel that is a mammal, and then this is a human that is a mammal? What does mammal even mean? And so we are always going to be living, multicellular animals with notch cords who are mammals who are apes. We're always going to be apes. Notice each time we're never going to stop being any of these stages. We were, our ancestors were, and so will we. We may keep on adding to it, but we're always the former. And so now that we are sapien, we are apes. We are always going to be living, multicellular animals who have notch cords, who are mammals, who are sapiens that we call humans. Now, there may be something to add on later, and then maybe 2 diverging, 3 diverging. Who knows how many diverging branches, but at no point will they ever stop being any of these that came before, because it just happens slowly over not one person, but generations of populations having babies and these accumulating generations. And that is my long sell on why it's not what I call Pokemon evolution. It's not, if you're looking for an animal to become another animal, you can look for that in the fossil record. You can look for these types of things, but that's not how we accumulate genes. I'll hand it over to you, Brett, and I know we'll keep on. We eventually got to go to the actual topic.
Hijacked our format.
Well,
but I did talk about him so much, so I'll give him fairness.
Oh, it's cool. I'll try not to be long. As you probably have heard, I just had a birthday. I'm 46 years old now. And in all of my existence,
happy birthday.
All of my time, I've never observed a amphibian turn into something else, or a reptile become some form of mammal, or anything like this.
Oh boy!
Now I could go to Google right now, and I know I'll find cartoons and illustrations.
But Brett, I do have to just interrupt you, and that is what evolution states, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It just sounded like you were giving a talking point, but now you're actually agreeing. And so I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so on edge, because I did have the impression that you were a young Earth creationist that didn't. Because I'll tell you, the more that you get close to science, the less that I have a problem. My big problem with people like Kent is not that I want free. I'm pro freedom, and I want everybody to say their things. We'll put the gravity experiment, his own personal misgivings, away. Is that I want to teach our kids science. I want to actually get our education system here's a notched up better.
I know you hate science.
Okay, I interrupted you, Brett. It's right back over to you.
No, I totally admire and respect science. I got to be honest, it does bother me whenever I watch some of the videos out there, and non-believers represent religious people as not being scientific or interested in science. Really, the only field that you'll see Christians arguing about is, well, there is the age of the earth with Kent Hovind for sure, but it's evolution that's the main problem. Obviously, there's going to be an issue because some Christians do not see Genesis as allegory. But besides that, we all like, our podcast. We like using our technology and all the great things science brought.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that it is often wrong if an atheist, agnostic, a skeptic thinks that a believer is dumb or unintelligent. I think that some of the smartest people in the world are theists. It's just that it comes with a double-edged sword.
Even though some of them are dumb. There are some that are.
Well,
but not
and I always like to say that the arguments are dumb, not the person. But
sometimes they are dumb.
And then sometimes I hear George Carlin in the back saying, some people are too. But many people, many theists and believers are smart. The danger, I always just say, is sometimes believers, because they are smart, they are able to give better explanations for, in my opinion, woo-woo or unscientific explanations. That doesn't make them unscientific. Exactly.
Well, a lot of the greatest inventions and things such as the theory of the Big Bang, and even Darwin himself said in his book that he believed that a God was required. Well, he actually said higher power was required in order for the theory to work. That's in The Descent of Man, by the way, if you're interested.
I think that he went through different periods of where he had faith, didn't have faith.
Beliefs were...
But they are kind of... But I would also say that I guess it's irreverent. We sometimes get that he was racist and he was that, even though of his time he was an abolitionist. He was the pro.
Well, he did have a lot of personal problems that may have given him doubt and sway and all that. His children died on him. I believe his wife died, and it was a pretty lonely existence for him. So I suspect he's going to question.
I mean, that happens to people all the time, and they maintain.
I was say it sounds like, unfortunately, the human story. Yeah,
it's everybody's got challenges, and that bad stuff happened to them.
Also, I'm sending love to Beamsy and Eloy. We are not letting people on yet. It is actually we're just letting Brett on, and then in a few minutes we're gonna actually go back to the regular scheduled viewing, and we're just going to talk the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. We're going to roast this guy from the opposition viewpoint. But I'd rather get this out in the air. I think it was better. I really do appreciate what you said, Brett. And I think that we all have our... I hate to use that terminology. I'll say it because why not give an olive branch? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have the things that, about us that you want to share about Hanger. Problem is, Eloy, is that when we start letting people on, we'll be on for a while. And it wasn't supposed to be open mic already. Said not to let me in. Oh, you're just fiddling with things in the settings. This is what I need to do about reading. Reading Rainbow Kids. Anything else you want to say, Brett?
Well, I understand that there's a lot of people in the audience, as well as even you guys, where you have issues and feel there's discrepancies with Kent. May I offer a concept here? On Friday at 3 p.m., he's going to be on my show, and I let everybody come in and talk and all that. If you guys are interested, maybe you guys could work your issues out with him, or whatever problems you think he has with his beliefs or ideology or concepts of evolution. I'm open to that.
I mean, are there enough hours in a lifetime to do all that? I don't know.
I'd be open to that. I'm going to have a debate standing for truth. Once I have that debate, I'd be willing to have a back to more formal conversations with him. I am highly skeptical. There would have to be numerous things for Kent to change his mind. I don't think that it's just about us talking and convincing each other about the information. I am biased. I know that right now you are his friend, Brett, but although I had a good conversation with him on your channel, I think that he makes a living off Christianity, and because of that, it puts a significant amount of pressure on him to be a Christian in a way, not just a Christian,
young Earth creationist,
Earth Christian in a way. And I think that once again, maybe I'm biased, but aren't we all? Exactly. But although I would come on, especially willing to have a conversation and not really, try and tear people down, it's hard sometimes to get someone like him when he has such an investment in it. Now, I know people say the same exact to us. They'll look at James W. and myself, and they'll be like, well, how many hours have you done to hating God? And it's like, there is a subtle difference, because in a very specific brand of Christianity, you have to toe the line. And if he were to change his mind, and I don't know what to call it, liberalize, if he were to accept
reality,
as we would call reality, because when James and I, when we talk about the subjects, to us, a lot of it, maybe when I go more on consciousness, it's more my opinion, though I still think that I have right up there. All these on consciousness, or behavior and neural networks. But when it comes to like evolution, Big Bang, even vaccines, which are supposed to be political, well, they made them political, but just like they made the Big Bang and others, they're not. James and I are just saying what they what the facts are, and then
Well, Ken doesn't get evolution because he doesn't want to get it. He doesn't want to understand it. So you can't force somebody to understand something that they just don't want to understand. You will always be able to find an excuse or a reason not to do what you already wanted to do anyway. You'll always be able to find some argument, something that you can claim. So I mean, it wouldn't be helpful to him unless he was he's got to cross that hurdle himself before anybody can explain anything to him.
The long short of it is, though, if anyone wants to go talk with him, go talk with him. I'm sure, I'm always supportive of conversation. I'm willing to have that. I'm willing to have conversation number 2 to be continued soon. I just want to have a formal. I don't want to show. I hate to say show my cards because once again, it's just we're just explaining science in my opinion. But I'd rather just that be that way. But Brett, we've been having the back and forth. I do want to, as much as I'll try. I'm going to try. I don't want to make a promise I'm going to break, but I'm going to try not to interrupt you. What are your final thoughts on everything we've been talking about?
Well, Amy, as far as inviting you to the show and all that, I mean, I got my own reasons for doing it. I like you. I consider you a friend. I enjoy your company. Maybe when you come onto the show, instead of you and Kent getting into it over evolution, maybe you guys could chill and figure out where each other's coming from and different things. I don't know. I'm talking more about people getting along with each other as opposed to it. But you are absolutely right. I think that there are religious folks as well as non-believers who they do make a living, social media and all that. And unfortunately, the ego and pride comes in. No one wants to get smashed on a live thing in front of a bunch of people. I get it.
Sure. And I'm just going to agree with that. And all right, Brett, unless you have anything else that I can squeeze out, we're going to
squeeze it out, baby.
Hug you one more time here, and then we're going to.
Are you wanting me to jump out so you can roast somebody?
I always feel bad pressing the remove button. I'm that weird, but I press it when people.
I'll leave if you're in the mood to toast somebody.
Yeah, well, we're going back to 2. As much as we would love to have you, there's someone that I may have to just sneak him on to then kick him off just because I love him and just give him a shout out. But it has to be, I think, James and I for the video because we are already long enough as we are. We already take. Yeah. But Brett, thank you so much.
5 by the time we get done with it.
Thank you. And all right. Okay, Randall, we're not supposed to be letting anyone in. So say something, and you said can't keep sending so much love. CanadianAtheist.ca. Go check out youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. That's with a LF.
Okay. I did not realize that. I saw the link there, and I thought I'll just join in. And
are 100% fine. I did. It's unpinned. But that does it. But sometimes some people find it. I do it myself because some people don't pin it, and then you have to find it. And so sending so much love, Randolph. You're amazing. We love having you on.
So are you, Amy? So are you, James?
And
I haven't been on these streams much lately because I've been doing a lot of stuff. We're moving, but we got to sell our house first and stuff. We're just moving to the next city to get closer to school for the kids and all this kind of stuff. So closer to clients. So I apologize I haven't been on as often as I want to be.
No, you're fantastic.
I'm tuning in anyway, and yeah.
And all right, Randolph, thanks
very much. I won't take up your time. Thank you for bringing me on for a minute.
Absolutely.
Good to see both of you.
And all right, with that, we are going to sending so much love. Once again, youtube.com/ Randolph Richardson. We do it fortnightly. Convince us. Well, not only convince us a God exists, but now it's Theist Helpline. Okay, so thanking everyone.
Thanks,
See,
guys.
we came to a compromise conclusion. We found agreement. I honestly, I want to be friends with everyone. I've been told by many people in many relationships that you cannot please anyone. Or not please anyone. Oh man, that's scary. No. When you try to please everyone, you please no one. There we go. Before my Freudian gets out, sending so much love because I really do. I love everybody out there. You can't please everyone. However, you can please a lot of people if you just try to talk things out. And all right, enough for babbling. Oh my, though I'm gonna also boop and pin that for you, Randolph. Oh, and thank you, Titan. Let's get to it, boo it, before we get to the opposition viewpoint. In fact, I'm going to take just a sip. Forgive me, Brando. It's what plants crave. And all right.
Bye, queer.
Bye, queer. We're here. Bye, queer.
I'm talking to upside down guys.
Oh, yeah. I see that now, but I just will continue to like the fact that here rhymes with queer. I can think of no better word. It fits into everything. And so does the word here. Anyway, the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. Circa BC 3500. So, more of a history of the world, Mel Brooks time scale. But when we actually get creationists to talk about modern science, we get thought experiments, near-death experiences, and the Shroud of Turin. Thus, a whole bunch of anecdotes, or as skeptics often put it, a whole bunch of crap is still crap. Though experiments, especially with consciousness, are fantastic. Are we a brain in a vat? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, jeez. Are we secretly living in the Matrix? Or what about the inverse with a Boltzmann brain? Over a long period of time, could our brain randomly have fluctuations generate themselves into existence? Both of these are fantastic questions worthy of many a pot brownie. But none of them explain a God. The same with near-death experiences, which have been thoroughly vetted. So far, they have been shot down to be no more verifiable than chance. And most of the data we get is either familiar faces, parents, loved ones, your gerbil from second grade, Snickers. Yet when we actually put these to the test, they fail at about the same rate as someone guessing. So, no ghost in the machine yet. But what about the Shroud of Turin? Spooky. Imagine it getting up and kind of like haunting you. Suck to be haunted by Jesus. Bread, bread. A piece of linen cloth bearing Jesus' face. Or as I call it, look, people, even they saw Jesus in their toast in the Middle Ages. Wow. Which is when this cloth was made. Because just like near-death experiences, the shroud has been tested and furthermore found to be a forgery. Much like religion. Oh, maximum fedora tip. The shroud having been tested by scientists, dating it back to around 1260 to 1390. Literally 1,000+ years after said rabbi was said to be preaching. Then hung up by a Nine Inch Nails album. So, when I hear the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul, what else do we have besides a book that said a thing 2,000 years ago? And, well, thought experiments worthy of any college dorm. Damaged brains coming back from the brink, and known frauds, or as creationists call them, science. Thank you. And all right, before we actually
let's just go straight to the video.
Go straight to it. All right. We are going into it. Ladies and gents, with that, we are going into the opposition viewpoint, or rather, a video from Napa Institute called The Latest Scientific Evidence of God and the Soul, featuring Pastor, former Rabbi, Robert Spitzer. Do. And actually, just like a USB stick, let me make sure I share it twice or 3 times. There we go. I'm also going to put it on.
I mean, electrifying Jesus, it would depend on what the books are. What books can you read that can make you that dumb to become a theist? I don't know.
I always just love holy books. They're always said to be the most knowledgeable, loving, all of this yada, yada, yada. But in reality, they're not even very loving. Not even loving. Okay, I'd just take loving. And all right, we're going to jump into it. The latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. We're also going to keep on sending those reminders. I want to send love to all the people who send super chats. Keep on sending those super chats in if you want. We'll read them and make silly about it. But we're getting in. Thank you for all the love as we go into the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul.
Oh, totally electric bike. Yeah, it's all emotion. Yeah, great.
Well, I feel exceedingly qualified to...
Atheists always complaining. Truths don't come. Hey, just have to say this. It's just the Ricky Gervais quote, which is, we could burn all the holy books right now. And chances are, okay, religion may still exist, but all of the stories, all of the mythology would be completely different, original, nothing like what we had seen in the others. Now, we could take each and every scientific textbook and we could burn them. Slowly but surely, one by one, we would gather each fact and they would fill that textbook and they would be the exact same. That is the power of science. That's what makes it different from religion. Speaking of which, the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul.
Introduce the next speaker, and so
I
rather
know,
than
right?
bore you with all the details, I'll just simply say I've written about 3 books and about 30 articles on this subject, so I feel qualified to speak to it. So science.
And you can tell with this scientific degree right here.
At the doorstep to God, exciting new developments in the world of science that point not only to God, but also point to life after death, the transcendent soul, and also to Jesus.
Wow, that's crazy. In science?
I mean, we're going to get cutting edge here, cutting edge evidence. You would not expect that we're just going to get rehashed talking points that have been floated around for over 100 years now. We know that's not what we're going to get. To repackage talking points that have been refuted countless times. We're getting something new today.
Oh no, not at all. Let's do the time warp again. Anyway, Upside Down Guy for $3 sending us so much love. We're sending that right back, and he's giving us a big thumbs up. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you so very much. We do appreciate everyone who hits that like button on the YouTubes and that follow button on the Twitch. And thank you, Upside Down Guy, for just supporting us and giving bants back and forth.
Thank you, Upside Down Guy.
There's some nice charisma. Oh, I will say, and I'll start it just going. I mean, what annoys me about this guy is that he embodies saying silly things confidently. And that is half the game when you're an apologist.
He's got that part down.
So, the topic is so huge, you can't, of course, cover it in 30 minutes. But what you can do is give some updates, some exciting sort of updates in the context that will show just how
new information
science is coming to giving really good probative evidence of God, life after death, and Jesus Christ. Let's start with some interesting sort of statistics.
Oh, wow. Okay, now I see it. I got you. It also says top. He is telling us that he's a top. Gotcha. Thank you so very much, Upside Down.
Well, Amy's going to make you a bottom.
Oh, my. That's right, on the girl deck. Now, I guess I'm a switch, but, I mean, I'm kind of a brat, so you're going to have to earn it a little bit. You may have to get Rachel's permission, though even we like Daddy. Or Dada. Anyway...
because I think it
thank you so very much, and the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul
reveals what's going on in the world of science today vis-a-vis God. Today, 51% of scientists overall are theists. They're believers in God or a higher transcendent power.
I mean,
41% are agnostics or atheists, probably about split down the middle, about 21% agnostic and 20% atheist. So 51%.
I also would love to see where he gets so much of
these figures.
This.
Yeah,
yes, exactly. Cricket, you didn't like it, Upside Down Guy? I'm sending so much love.
Aww.
Want to avoid the words brat around Catholic priests. You want to avoid many things around Catholic priests, namely children. Angry. Oh, and sending love, Goth. I see you in chat sending some love to, or some interesting things. I am not a dualist. I do believe that the brain is the the mind is the operating system of the brain. I'm open to having my mind expanded, but as Amaretto will tell you, we've smoked a lot of DMT, and so that avenue
don't
probably
get the ayahuasca.
Greetings. We're having fun in the
Nick
sun.
Suitor out there.
What's up, Nick? He's sitting there. He is wearing, I believe, pajama bottoms and then a $400 suit on top. Mostly what I do, also at the bottom. Once again, you never see. But you should be watching In Time, On Time. Yeah, I miss DMT too. I would definitely do it again. I always say that I don't try any other drug anymore but psychedelics. Weed is actually like the minister level psychedelic. But another $2 super chat from Upside Down Guy. Have you watched No More News with Adam Green?
No.
I have not.
Never heard of it.
I know of the show Adam Ruins Everything, which is a funny show. Kind of similar. I like to see adjacent to a Mythbusters kind of show. She
meant crotchless bottoms, Nick.
It's true. But I'm pretty sure Nick knew that already. That was basically a given. But yes, an interesting trend. Let's go back to him making stuff up.
Become a house guest. She'll cut the crotch out on all your pants.
And 20%, 51% theist, 20% atheist, hardly what I would call overwhelming atheism in the sciences. But more importantly is the statistic about young scientists.
He also adds no sources to this. I would love to see where he gets a lot of this data.
I think his numbers are skewed.
Young scientists are 66% self-declared.
And this is what I mean. You just got to say it confidently. You have a graph on there and just say it on there.
This is the Pew survey of the American Association of Sciences, right? So it's not Spitzerian statistics. So the key thing is it's 66%.
He said not Spitzerian, so that means he's not pulling it out of his ass. That's
or a higher transcendent power or truth. Now, once you get to that statistic, you go, wow, that's huge by comparison to the overall 1%. The scientific world, the younger generation,
I get that sometimes.
More and more believers today than ever before. And it
now, why would that be? Why would that be? Even if, assuming it's true, well, like everything in the world, like biology, religion evolves. And this religion has had to evolve to stay relevant, to stay alive. So you do have a lot of these younger generation that, like I said during my debate, a lot of these new non-dom Christians, they don't actually care about any of the tenets of the religion, any
non-dom, as opposed to dom Christians who tend to top.
They just want to be able to pretend they don't have to die. That's really all they care about. Just tell me I don't have to die. Say it convincingly. I'll keep putting money in the plate. Everything else I don't care about.
You can say that. I also just want to say love to Goth. You say, I always like the Christopher Hitchens quote when he'd asked if he believes in free will. He'd say, of course he does. He has no choice. Not most. I know James and myself, we don't believe in free will. I believe in will. I think James probably believes in something similar. I have to be a dualist. I had
closer to a determinist.
Okay. Well, I see. Here's what the thing about when you say that, I don't get into, because I think on some level we're deterministic also. Just because I believe in will doesn't mean I think on some level that it's just the chemicals going out and it's still like that, like it has been. Yeah, well, when I talk about will, it's just the difference of, like, in a court case, we understand the difference between someone walking out a door and someone throwing someone through a door, type of thing. But like the ultimate face, do you have real choice? And yes, that is. I don't believe in a ghost machine, all that other stuff. But I'm open to.
I'll say we have to act as if we have free will because we have no choice. We have to, but I mean, so we basically live as though we do, but I don't really think that we actually do. If you want to call that, what is that? What's the term for that? Contradictory beliefs. What is that, Amy? Holding
a little bit of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance. There you go.
Oh, they have a lot of it. They have a lot of it. Also, your body has to die, but not your soul. Well, that's the subject we're at least talking about.
He's going to get to that, yeah.
But why? That would be my shtick, is like, why a soul?
Oh, if we go all the way back 10 years when Francis Collins was, 20 years, when Francis Collins was doing his first surveys, you can see that we've gone from 45% to 51%, and slowly but surely we're creeping our way up to an overall
this is
well above 60%.
Fantasy that this guy's having that
scientific community.
Religion's making a comeback. The church pews are going to be full again.
He really is playing towards his audience. Like, he's giving them what they want to hear.
That religion's making a comeback.
Religion's making a comeback.
We're winning.
You're not we're not on the losing team like you have been hearing on the interwebs. We're actually growing.
The scientists are coming to our side. They're becoming
the scientists. They're on our side.
They're becoming theists. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a grifter. Like Beamsy was saying, he's playing with data. He's
I would be very suspect of those numbers. They don't sound right at all to me.
More interesting, according to these two surveys that were done by the Louis Finkelstein Institute and also by the National Institute of Health, you can see...
It does just bother me. Oftentimes, I mean, I would be... I don't think he has, if I remember. He doesn't have an APA slide. No, he does not. And so... it just bothers me on such an academic level.
Like a site where he cites all his sources and everything?
Yes, because I was going to say, you either have sources at the bottom right here, or when you're quoting this much data. Like in a debate, I understand when you're just, but if you're going to have this much data in a slide, yes, you either have it here or you have it at the end.
But if you're going to fudge the numbers, then you wouldn't want to do that because, heaven forbid, somebody actually check and find out. No.
None of the people in this pew are going to check. So
right. They're just going to eat whatever slop he dumps in the trough and be thankful for it.
Exactly.
Grateful.
Happy piglets.
76% of physicians declared themselves to be either religious or believers in God. And I think it was something like 12.4% were agnostics and 11-point-something% were atheists. Now, you look at that and you just go, man, that's incredible. You got to ask yourself.
Sure, I will give him that. He did make a point. He's like, and it's from a secular source. But you still... I guess I would still put the links. I guess I'm just going crazy on APA. But like you were saying, he is manipulating the data.
Why has this change occurred? Why have we kind of come out of the agnostic, atheistic doldrums of naturalism and just sprung forth? Well, I hope to give you a sense of that today because I think there are many reasons for it. Certainly, the increase in cosmological evidence is a really big part of this.
So huge.
You can't go to an observatory now. I mean, it's so funny. You go to an observatory and at the lunchroom, right? People are going to, well, what are you? An agnostic, an atheist, or theist. I mean, the conversation goes right to God.
Of course, as a Catholic priest.
First of all, increased cosmological evidence. Second thing that's very evident is near-death experiences, which I'll talk about later. This has had a profound influence, not just on the medical communities, but sort of like everybody knows somebody who at least knows somebody who experienced one.
I mean,
and it
I don't.
Quite prolific.
You know anyone experienced
who are now looking for scientific evidence?
I think I've met someone, I'm sure, who has told me they've had one, but I've never had a near-death experience. Well, let me rephrase this. I've had a near-death experience in that I had when I first had my first seizure, because I have epilepsy, and people are like, why are you obsessed with consciousness? I don't know why. And when I had my first seizure, I had a near-death experience because I crashed on I-95. Exactly. However, I was passed out for that near-death experience, and so thank you to whoever called 911.
Have a vision or anything.
Yes, exactly. I just always like how they frame it. It's always like some ghostly, eternal thing flowing over
Jesus
the body.
And
I
Jesus
did not.
Down to the girl
Jesus
deck
did not give me a reach around.
Exactly. He's very angry with you.
Oh, exactly. That is another thing. I would love to see like what the actual professions they are. Like, first of all, they shit on other doctorates all the time until it comes to them, and then they're like, well, they have a doctorate in basket weaving, and 70% of them are like, which is fine. They're still a doctor. Once again, still a doctor. That is all you need to be. However, I'd like to see the fields. But yeah, sending love, Brett. See you in chat. It was glad we actually worked that through. And yeah.
They certainly are Titan. They certainly are.
Totally trying to see. Near-death experiences. Ideal in OBDs. Never had a near-death experience. I have a question for you, though, Goth. Do you think that all animals have souls? And if the answer is yes, how far does it go down? Do you think all life has souls?
Even every bacteria?
Yes. And also, I just want to say we love the metaphorical Christians, the in-betweens, the metaphorical Christians, the pagans, the Buddhists, and so you have quite a home here. Feel free. We're just skeptics. We're doubtful. We're just trying to ask questions.
Bullshit.
Yes, we will. I can't think of any non-skeptic view that I have. I'm sure I have something. I used to knock on wood. That's the only thing I don't do anymore than I used to. I've never broken a bone, and I'm not going to knock on wood. I'm going to keep on hopefully not breaking a bone. If I do, then science will take care of it and hopefully heal me up.
Near-death experiences, peer-reviewed medical studies of near-death experiences, and finding them. And then I think also, of course, there's a variety of other things, but I think the appearance of the miraculous is quite remarkable. The Finkelstein.
Oh my God! For whatever reason, I imagine, Titan, that you said, "What is those invisible?" They're not trading cards. The hell is that? It's my field. I should know it because it's the web. When you make it's basically a scam. NFTs. Yes, I was just imagining the Catholic Church coming out with NFTs. Collect them all. You have Judas betraying Mary. Giving birth. Jesus hanging. Collect them all.
Jesus.
They are, yes. They're
having a
scheme.
Discussion with a fig tree.
Listen, I would, maybe a little bit of knocking on wood. But if you touch it slowly, that's different. Anyway.
Napa Institute went ahead and did a study of physicians' beliefs in miracles, and today, 74% of physicians believe that miracles happen in the past and in the present. Whoa. All I can say is things are a-changing. They're not so bad as we might have thought. Naturalism doesn't have the edge that everybody thinks. It
does.
Yeah, no, it kind of does. Yeah. But once again, basically just... There's a whole bunch of diabetics, and he's just like, sugar. All right, we get it. Yeah, no.
Not at least in the thinking, rational, scientific community, it does not. Let's take a look at some of the updates in cosmology. What's going on in the whole area of physics, astrophysics, cosmology, and creation? Well, I'm going to have to simplify.
Cutting-edge science here.
But I'm going to give you the upshot.
There's a thing
that we call fine-tuning coincidences. And fine-tuning...
Like the fine-tuning argument.
Oh, wow. He wouldn't... this is going to be new scientific data. He's not going to come up with an argument that they've been using for centuries, and just repackage it, roll it out again, like a certified used car. Yeah. certified refurbished.
Coincidences, that really refers to the numbers in our universal constants, the numbers in our universal initial conditions that define the way the universe is, whether it's going to be hostile to life or friendly to life. Our universe is decidedly friendly to life.
Really? Really? Considering we know of one little tiny speck of the universe that is able to support life, there may be others out there. We haven't found them yet. So it's, as far as we know for a fact, appears to be much less hospitable for life places that are hospitable.
I was going to say, James, there's no other planets you want to live on? That's crazy. But I thought all of this universe is hospitable for life.
It's
so much of it.
fine-tuned so that we can be here. I mean...
You know what I just learned about? Maybe I knew, but had to relearn. That, because I was looking up about gravity and how keeping it on our surface, and it was actually originally our planet was too hot for water. It was actually boiling, and so it wasn't until it went under the boiling temperature that the rain cycle can begin. Actually liquid water could fill the oceans.
I think that was actually a Brett Keane claim, if I recall, in one of his videos. If it wasn't Brett, I apologize, but I think it was. And he said, like, atheists believe the silliest thing. Like, they believe it rained for... Like, they laugh at Noah's flood, but they believe it rained for hundreds of years straight to fill the oceans. Well, yeah, you see, while the Earth's surface was above the boiling point of water, any water would immediately boil away. So there would be lots of steam in the atmosphere, and then as soon as the planet cooled down to the point where it wasn't boiling, the water cycle could begin. And it probably would have rained for hundreds of years until...
Exactly. It was in a different form. It wasn't able to be liquid. And once...
Due to the temperature.
You were able to have a water cycle start, now you begin to get oceans. Now you begin... And I was also looking at how gravity is also different than pressure. They have a connection, But enough about that. Let's get back into the latest on God and
cutting
soul.
edge science.
Constants in our universe and the initial conditions of our universe are not defined by any physical laws or theories. That means that those constant values and initial condition values, they kind of happen by pure chance. Could have.
All right, I'll say this before.
We don't know.
They also love the word chance. They love the word chance, nothing. I was going to say amoebas, but that's really a cat thing. What is it? Rock soup?
Yeah. Or as Taylor called it, the primordial soup.
Don't make the geologists cry.
Because, of course,
you
there's no natural influence to determine what those numbers would be. But let me give you the picture straight through. If you're going to have our universe be friendly to life,
it's not. Like Hawking, and he's going to butcher and quote mine, Hawking among others.
Rolling over in his grave.
He's says that Hawking says that a multiverse upcoming can't be true. Says that there was something else, but now I see a super sticker. Thank you so very much. Oh my. That's a very specific super sticker. I don't know.
Is he being naughty, Amy?
I just want to say, I mean, who knows? I'm trying to look for something like that. Oh, here we go. Ray Comfort, help me. So technically speaking, it's a hot dog. But if you don't know what a hot dog is, we have the banana. This is the atheist nightmare. And so you slowly, it just goes right in there. You put that hot dog in there. Are you a fan of mustard, James?
Yeah.
You a ketchup person?
I like, if I'm making a hot dog, I'll usually put ketchup and mustard.
Oh, so you're a ketchup and mustard, just like that super sticker.
Yeah.
So thank you so very much. I am a ketchup and mustard person, but on a hot dog, I just like mustard. I actually prefer a spicy mustard, if I have to say so.
Remember, maybe a little bit before your time, the TV show Matlock with Andy Griffith.
I remember Matlock, but I haven't seen a lot of it.
He always used to get the hot dogs from like a vendor outside the court. He would always bitch when he saw other people putting ketchup on their hot dog because it was only supposed to be mustard.
James, did you know that ketchup is a fruit, or tomatoes are a fruit, and so ketchup would be a jam?
That does not compute. I reject that.
See, that's intelligence, but wisdom is knowing not to put ketchup on a peanut butter sandwich. It's the difference between. Anyway, thanks so much, love, Upside Down Guy.
Like the sandwich that killed Elvis because he basically ate so much of it till he had a heart attack, which was you would take like an entire loaf of French bread, an entire jar of peanut butter, an entire jar of jelly, and a pound of bacon.
Sounds like a good time. All I'm saying out there.
He used to fly like to this one restaurant in Colorado to get it. He would fly there like weekly, sometimes more often, just to get that sandwich.
You're saying it's a Gallagher joke?
Definitely.
All right. Thanks so much, love, Upside Down Guy. Thank you for the continued support.
They are indeed an abomination, Beamsy. How dare you?
Yes, but it's not an abomination if you stick it up here. And we're going to continue the video. I'm going to sneak away for 1 second as we're playing it. James is going to shout over it. And
no, you could leave it paused.
You can leave it paused? Oh, okay. Well, I'll be right back for 1 second.
She'll be right back.
But we are talking the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. Are you convinced yet, James?
Well, yeah, like we were saying before, most of the universe that we know of is inhospitable for life. And, you really do have to ask yourself, so, like, all these galaxies out there that have all these planets that, to the best of our knowledge, the vast majority of them are uninhabited. Why does God do that? Why would he create planets and galaxies that we'll never be able to get to? And people with like the standard packaged answer you'll get from a Christian, like, oh, the Bible says the heavens declare the glory of God, so therefore he did it all for his glory. But I mean, most of these like from Earth, most of these galaxies, they would appear as just like a single spot of light. Without advanced telescopes, you couldn't resolve like any individual stars in them, or let alone planets. So the fact that there are planets in these other galaxies, what purpose does that serve? You can't even observe them directly from the Earth. For the vast majority of human history, they were nobody was even able to see them. And that's true, Amaretto. The economic system in many ways is inhospitable for life. And sadly to say, that's a lot of that is the fault of these Christians who have pushed these conservative economic policies, fiscal conservatism on us. And yeah. Well, I mean, Beamsy, to my knowledge, like his toxicology report showed that nothing was like at fatal levels in his system when he died. Like everything that he took was at therapeutic levels, or none of it should have been fatal. I believe it was some type of heart attack that he had to do with him straining on the toilet. But yeah. I'm pretty sure about that. I'm not 100% sure, but Funny, his one daughter died a few days back. That's yeah. Since we just happened to be talking about him, yeah, his daughter just died a few days ago. Oh, come on, Beamsy. Chicago deep dish pizzas are good. Deep dish pizzas are good. Detroit style pizzas are good too. I mean, I don't know, pizza, like, I'm not too picky. I just, obviously, right? But I would like the real thin crust, like cracker thin. I could do New York style. It's like soft and foldable. But I don't like the real thin crust where it's like a cracker on the bottom. Otherwise, it's all at least palatable, you know. Yeah, heart attack due to constipation. He was straining so hard that he ended up having a heart attack, which maybe that had something to do with how much the barbiturates and potentially the opioids, they have a lot of constipation effects. Anyhow, yeah. Yeah, I think he had just gone down to play tennis. He was trying to get in shape. He was going down at like 2 a.m. to play tennis. The lives these people, these rich celebrities lead, because they can basically do whatever they want, whenever they want to do it. But well, what a talented singer he was, though. When he was in his prime, he was really good. I know, like probably the last 10 years of his life, things started going downhill. His marriage failed, and you know, you can obviously tell he was suffering the effects of it. His drug use picked up a lot, and yeah, his weight blew up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So opioids in there, that can cause constipation. Yeah. Anyhow. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Yeah, I came across this video a few days ago. I said we just have to do it because it's yeah.
And okay.
Yeah, we're talking about Elvis Woody.
I love Elvis. He was a fantastic singer.
He had an amazing talent. Like, yeah. When he was in his prime, he could really put on a show. I know my mom. I wasn't born yet, but my mom saw one of his last shows that he did down in South Florida, like 6 months before he died. She said he looked horrible at that was in Hollywood.
Reminds
Florida.
me, I just saw the Whitney Houston story.
Do you know Elvis's daughter just died like 2 or 3 days ago? Now that we're talking about him,
I was listening, which is kind of it's terrible. But unfortunately, we do not have any heaven or hell. However, what we do have is memories. We are able to grieve.
Is that Moonlight? Yes. Oh, hi, Moonlight. You're about to get pounced on. There you go.
And with that, as Moonlight joins us, get him a chair. We are coming right back into it. There we go. And as we make the cats happy, we are talking the latest scientific evidence of God.
Look at this background
and the soul.
Him. It's like almost like a green screen effect.
universe is going to be friendly to, a nice, open, organic life form developing within the universe. The odds against that happening by pure chance are 10 secondary and first exponent raised to the 10, raised again to the 100.
This is all just conjecture.
That's 2 exponents higher than the Penrose number, but that arises into a much bigger.
We just love it when these fucking theists, when they start with this probability bullshit, they start throwing these crazy numbers out, and it's all just conjecture. It's all because we don't know if there's any other universes. We don't know if another type of universe is possible. It's all just conjecture. We just don't know.
I would also like to point out that something highly improbable, still more likely than something that does not exist, than a zero.
I mean, given enough time, like he's got the thing here about the monkeys typing out Shakespeare, but given an infinite amount of time, that would eventually happen. Anything that is possible will happen given enough time. So if we were able to, it would be before the heat death of the universe, but if we ran a lotto drawing once a week, eventually, if you had eternity, there'd be somebody who would win it 1 trillion times in a row. How long would that take? Far beyond the heat death of the universe. But if you have an infinite number of times, as unlikely as it is, it'll all eventually happen.
I also think they are horribly quote mining Stephen Hawking, who doesn't.
Usually they do Stephen Jay Gould, but they're
exactly.
It's like Hawking's dead now, so they feel like it's open season. We can just quote mine him and manipulate his words, and he's not around to defend himself anymore.
The point is, the odds of having life in our universe by pure chance are the same odds as a monkey typing the entire corpus of Shakespeare, Milton, Spencer, and Eliot by random tapping of the keys in a single try.
Still more likely than your
impossible. So, of course, physicists have to come up with some explanation for how this could happen, and that's the job of physicists, right? Job is to find a natural explanation.
It's your job to tell us, give us a fucking explanation for this God dude.
I was gonna say, it's in his job to create
his job.
Determination of the numbers of those constants and initial conditions. So people are searching around, and bouncing universes won't work because bouncing universes require more fine-tuning as you go back in time. Sean Carroll wiped that out. So, the idea of expanding, contracting, that's not going to help one bit in explaining fine-tuning. And of course, string universes in higher dimensional space of string theory, that's not going to work out either because, when those things are nucleating,
because why?
They actually are going to increase.
He's just saying it's not going to work, but does he know that? He's just hand-waving away entire scientific fields. He's just saying they're not going to work. Well, how the fuck do you know that, Father? I mean, we get it because he already has the conclusion that it's God, so he's not giving credence to any of these other scientific hypotheses. But yeah, honestly, how do you know that? Hey,
also, good night, upside down guy. You're gonna pull out exactly. Bow out. He means bow out. I see that exactly. That's what you meant. Sending so much love, upside down guy, and yes, thank you for all the support. Helps us make even more fun things. I just have this randomly. Oh my, right next to me. And look, he says bouncy boobies, bouncy universes. Thanks, you Beamsy. See? Great minds thinking alike.
It's going to be harder and harder and harder to explain. So when all these things are taken into consideration, there's only 2 options left. I'm just going to get to the chase.
Yeah, don't tease us. Get to the fucking chase. Yeah, don't toy with us, man.
Also, I feel like he says this again, like somewhere around here. I'm not sure if I just am remembering that he says it once or that he does say it again. We'll see.
Even a regular old inflationary multiverse won't work. There's
again.
Thank you. He's just saying it won't work because he says so.
And James, aren't you used to men of the collar telling you what is and isn't true about the multiverse.
Right? Yeah. Why would you talk to a physicist when you can just listen to? He'll tell
This
you
guy.
what the physicists say. Yeah.
Beamsy.
That's the guy who.
It's the next 30 minutes is going to be about the What If Marvel series. We both have the same thought. Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, this
Only
is the
one
guy who reads the book
multiverse.
about the talking snake, right?
Damn it!
This is the guy right here on screen. He's the one who reads that book about the talking snake, and even though he, I'm sure, believes that's metaphorical, but it's still in his book, and he's still at some level.
Or in my pants.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Bullshit bingo card. That's right. You get ready for it. It's coming. You better beg for it.
That can do the job of 10 raised to the 10 raised to the 125 to 1 against. And that's an infinite multiverse, which has no beginning. The so-called eternal inflation, infinite fractal multiverse. Now, for a long time, for the last 10 to 12 years now, this has been a popular favorite among those who do not want to believe in an intelligent creator.
Now, stop
because
it.
The intelligent creator is the only other option.
See what he's saying, right? He's saying those who do not want to believe in an intelligent creator. I mean, I wouldn't say I want to or don't want to. I mean, at one point I did believe in an intelligent creator. I used to be a believer. So, and I know Amy said before that if there was a creator, if there was a God, she would want to know about it. Doesn't mean she would worship it automatically. That would be a separate question, but she would still want to know if it was real. And if it was staring right in the face, if you were looking right at it, you wouldn't just deny it because you wish it wasn't so. You would still acknowledge it, you know.
And well, no, it's just that my mother came to me once and I didn't know how to speak about theism, and she went, "Don't stop believing, hold on to that feeling." It was hard to argue with her, but I came out the other way. Anyway, the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul, we are jumping back into it with a doctor, very much a scientist here, Robert Spitzer.
Outside of an infinite, eternal, a fractal multiverse. Well, then things started to happen to the poor old infinite fractal multiverse. The first thing that happened was, I'm going to skip past something for a second. I'll get to Stephen Hawking and Thomas Hertog in just a moment. But the first thing that happened was Boltzmann brains and brief brains. And you're probably going, Boltzmann brains? What the world is that? Well, a Boltzmann brain is basically a brain that fluctuates into existence in a single moment with a memories fully loaded of being in an organic physical universe like ours and perceiving ourselves to be a life form with other organic life forms like us. That's a brain that just fluctuates into existence in a thermal vacuum in a single fluctuation. Now,
so basically,
if you think an infinite multiverse is actually the case, then every one of you here is a Boltzmann brain. Every one of you is a brain that is fluctuating.
So what he's saying is Boltzmann brain, it was a physicist, Ludwig Boltzmann. I think it was like in the 1920s. He came up with this conjecture, this hypothetical thing. It's just conjecture that has to do with quantum vacuum states and the ability of things to spontaneously generate, because that is a property of quantum physics. And I guess theoretically it could form. It would just take an incredibly long amount of time for something like that to happen. But what does a Boltzmann brain actually sound like? It sounds like they're fucking God, which is like a sentient, intelligent brain, being, mind that just comes from nowhere. And it sounds like they worship a Boltzmann's brain.
And it's just a brain coming in and out of existence from fluctuations basing on that anything could happen if
Quantum
you wait
fields,
long
yeah.
enough.
Right.
But it ignores brains right in front of us. That, like, I always say that it's highly motivated why we have brains. Like, we go out, we walk on the plane, we put food in our mouths, it goes in here. That's what we do.
You usually put something else in your mouth, but
That's also true. But I mean, it's what we separate ourselves from fungi and plants, and yet it drives people crazy. I guess because we're conscious creatures, we want to give it this like special weight. But like, it is both us going to the moon and when you stub your toe just because you walk into a desk. Both of those things are like us. And so, yeah.
you're dealing with incredibly large time scales on this. Like the amount of time that it would hypothesize for one of these things to spontaneously generate is enormous. I mean, it's mind-bogglingly long time. It's the idea that we're all that is just kind of silly.
And
again,
also,
just conjecture.
I'm sending love out to you, Brett. We are done we normally do the open mic at the end of the video. Skeptic and Ranting of all of our open mics. Well, I guess that's actually, it's kind of the middle ground open mic because our Bible studies normally have the shortest open mics. But of our 3 open mic shows, we normally watch the video and then get over it. We were just handling it. We may not even have. We'll see how late it is or how early it is, I should say, by the time we get open. But we're going through with the fun.
He's just rapid fire with the bullshit.
It just, what annoys me is not that this guy is like coming off as an asshole. It's that he has this like air of superiority. Like he knows what he's saying because he is saying, like I said, just like a precept. You could go on like a philosophy 101 course with these guys and they could sound fancy the first time you talk with them. But then after that, you realize that all of their talking points either fall apart or they're quote mining. They are actually taking it from someone and turning it to say the opposite.
I mean, he's using a technical term like a boltzmann's brain, which probably 90% of the people in the audience before have never heard of that because it's unless you're deep into physics, it's just kind of, and it's just a conjecture. It's just a hypothesis. It's nothing that has ever been
experiment
done or verified or whatever. It's just a maybe, but it does sound really technical. And he's saying that, well, that the concept of Boltzmann's brain like defeats the multiverse, or it, because of that, we shouldn't even give it credence because, hey, we could be brains in vats or whatever, which is not the exact same thing as a Boltzmann's brain, but it's kind of like it's a similar concept.
Indeed. It's kind of like it's the inverse, but they're both extremes. You have one where you are everything. You're just a brain in a vat, and thus a solipsistic view, you are everything is you being made. Or on the other side, you have a spontaneous brain being generated because technically
fluctuations,
the laws of physics says so. Even though, as far as we're concerned, that actually defies a lot of biology. But technically speaking, on the quantum level, yes. But we can't. Once again, these are 2 extreme thought experiments. They're not evidence for a god. It's almost like he's just trying to woo the audience.
He's trying to sound technical using these technical terms like Boltzmann's brains. But what does this have to do with evidence for God? I don't.
Not a gosh darn thing. Beamsy's saying Boltzmann brain thought experiment suggests it might be more likely for a single brain to spontaneous form in a void, which I just like. There's such good reasons. We just it's just because we're conscious creatures. I swear, we just like. And I'm not saying you're saying this, BZ. I mean, like we just value consciousness in a way that I guess it's a hard problem to get over. It's a problem that only conscious organisms can kind of have. We are conscious. We kind of are the conscious mechanism of the body, and so we're kind of like, ooh, consciousness. It has to be special because it's us.
Well, I mean, it's like the concept of like there are some physicists who say that like there's an entropy problem. Like they look at the universe and say there should be more entropy than we see what's going on, and one of them I've heard say is, well, what we could actually be seeing is this is a momentary fluctuation of low entropy in an overall universe with much higher entropy. It's just in this random state right now, a fluctuation where the entropy is dramatically lower than it might otherwise be, which again is all just conjecture. It's just thought experiments, hypothesis. None of it's been verified or
just thought experiments. Once again, we celebrate and condone 420. Just don't pretend like that's evidence for God.
Wading into existence, thinking that you're seeing everybody in this room, thinking that you're.
This guy looks like. What the hell is that politician? This guy looks like if Chris Christie decided to go on a diet and become a pastor, like he retired 20 years from now.
Okay, I could see that. Like Chris Christie take off like 100 pounds and. Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm not even trying to insult him. That is literally, it came out of nowhere. Maybe he decided to go a little Elton John.
You're in an organic universe like our own, but you're not. You're just fluctuating into existence.
You're not.
The odds are 10 raised to the 10 raised to the 122 higher that you are a Boltzmann brain or a brief brain that fluctuates into existence in a quantum vacuum. But the same thing is the case, rather than the organic life form you perceive yourselves to be. Now, physicists, they don't like this too much, because they don't want to be thought of as a Boltzmann brain.
I mean, it's not that they don't want to be thought of something. It's just we don't have any evidence to suggest that is a more likely or more accurate description of reality.
And I know Beamsy is screaming entropy by black holes. I just want to point out, and this may be either one of the points or a similar point, is that the universe seems fine-tuned for black holes. Like the universe loves making those more than it loves making life that we know of, because maybe life is teeming out there. We just don't have other examples so far.
I mean, I think it's possible, from what I've read and heard other people who actually know what they're talking about say, it's possible that our entire universe is in a black hole.
I mean, if I were to take a bet, and I am pulling stuff from my butt, ladies and gentlemen, and this is not my field. So here is my boop. But I hypothesize that when a black hole happens, there's an inverse white hole that is as you have everything pulling in with an event horizon that nothing can escape. You have a white hole that is ever expanding with a opposite. I feel like there's another name. There's an event horizon that you never get towards the out. You can't really.
Well, I mean that kind of
like
looks
like
what. Because we have like the observable universe, what we're able to observe, but we know there's stuff further out there, but it's moving faster than the speed of light. We could never see it. It sounds very similar in some ways to the interior of a black hole.
But he's like a rabbit hole. But we are talking the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul, and we're learning from
the
Dr.
1920s.
Exactly. We're learning from Dr. Pastor over here.
Be a Boltzmann brain is because that throws off the entire empirical observational basis of physics. And so there's a natural resistance in every physicist to go, I don't like this infinite multiverse because I really don't flat out believe that I'm a Boltzmann brain. Well, yet. But if that's what I have,
be an infinite multiverse, then you could still not be a Boltzmann brain.
Also, just want to point out, you can have,
if one is true, both have to be true.
Yeah, you could also have a multiverse without everyone being Boltzmann brains.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You could have that. He's saying, no, if there's a multiverse, everyone's a Boltzmann's brain. Well, no. N-O.
But by and large, they didn't want to do this. And that was a real first blow against the poor infinite multiverse. But then comes Stephen Hawking and Thomas Hertog and goes, Stephen Hawking, I thought he was leaning toward the other side.
He was.
In his last academic paper in the Journal of High Energy Physics in 2018, he basically put a closure to the infinite multiverse with his partner, Belgian physicist Thomas Hertog. And in that paper, what they showed was that this universe, we have what's called a separation between quantum physics and relativity physics. And there's this decent separation which allows kind of, an indeterminacy zone within that universe. And in any case, the point at hand that's really important is that you can't get a universe like ours.
Yo, that's basically what I'm saying. In my opinion, that would make sense to me in sort of a multiversal, in just black holes inversely create white holes, which create black holes. Exactly, and they're just making like bubbles. It would make sense about dark energy too.
Absolutely, dark matter.
Why we have this repelling force. But,
with our quantum theory and our relativity theory, the way it is, you can't get that from a fractal multiverse. You just simply can't.
Well, thank you.
And the point, of course, is not only that you don't want to get a fractal multiverse, you can't get a universe like ours from it, but what Hawking and Hertog go on to predict in the same paper is that you can't have a universe like not only an infinite number of bubble universes, you're going to have a very finite number of bubble universes. If a multiverse in Hawking does exist, it would have to be a very finite number of bubble universes. And those bubble universes would be very much like our own universe. And furthermore, the multiverse that generates that universe would have to have a beginning. Eternal inflation must...
Again, the problem with people like this guy is that he says things that you could easily Google search, but then he adds in his own opinion. He makes claims like you would need a beginning or even an eternal universe. Many of those things may be true, but we don't know yet. And I don't know how he figured that out.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the physicists don't know it yet, but apparently... he does.
But he does.
Not be eternal. Inflation must have a beginning. So,
does it though?
Believe me, Hawking still has a lot of weight in the world of physics. And when he wrote that paper with Thomas Hertog, of course, Thomas Banks, another really important physicist, has been writing about this.
Very specifically, he tends to be generally relative. Tip your waitress.
For a long time, saying this eternal inflation is not going to work because right now, I can tell you right now, the reliance on the anthropic principle is so great in these kinds of theories that essentially it's going to disagree violently with experimental.
Violently.
That's a pretty strong opinion. But Banks, of course,
someone's how it'll disagree, but it will. Trust me.
I just want to point out that someone's been listening to sadomasochistic porn.
The category of Hawking and Hertog, and then when you combine it with the Boltzmann brains and the brief brains and the very small number of bubble universes that are now permitted to generate, you put it all together. In the infinite multiverse, the eternal inflation theory is looking really weak.
Oh, really weak.
I love how it goes, all of that, and he's just like, and so all of that's bullshit. Those scientists are, yeah.
You know what's looking really weak, Father? That fucking God hypothesis. That's looking even weaker than these physics things that you're hand-waving away with no actual knowledge of the topic.
Though if you do want a spoiler, I feel like, James, I don't know, I'm getting nervous. The longer we get into this, the more I'm going to start to think that we may not be getting the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. I don't know. Just got that feeling.
In fact, it's looking so weak that we're probably back
Get on your knees.
to either a small number of bubble universes in a multiverse or just our own plain universe. Now, why is that really important? Because
unlike
if the infinite
real
multiverse is
science,
dead, there's really only one option that's left over. And the option is God did it. And literally, and a really super smart, intelligent God did it.
I just want to point out that that's not what the word literally means. And so, yeah. You just said that's the only option. And
so when I hand wave away all the other options without actually saying why they're not valid, I'm just saying they're not valid. And I'm not even considering the infinite number of things that we don't know yet, possible explanations. But no, God is the only thing that's left, yeah.
No, yeah, exactly. No, it has to be an eternal mind that has been waiting for us very specifically, and then at a random date sent his son to be murdered as a sacrifice from himself to himself.
And Amy, he cares intensely what you do with your PP. He has a whole list of regulations for your PP, and if
he's counting it twice.
Right. If you don't follow them to the letter, he will be very sad with you.
It's a shame, for shame.
Right back to when we had Sir Fred Hoyle, who's an atheistic gadfly in the physics community for a long, long time. And Sir Fred Hoyle, finally, when he discovered the odds against having an abundance of carbon in a universe like ours and what was required and the equations and the numbers that went on and on and on against that occurring by pure chance, Hoyle actually said, and declared in the California Institute of Technology Bulletin, he said, look, it seems to me that there are no blind forces worth speaking about. It seems to me that there must be some super calculating, super intellect.
Super calculating.
I disagree. I would say based on the evidence, there is a super casualistic expialidocious. If you say it more often, it'll be kind of... I fucked that up so bad. However, I love that.
Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins. My favorite is still the Mary Poppins, y'all. I'm pretty sure we got a copyright strike for it. And it was worth it from when that character... I know you're not a big Marvel fan. Have you seen Avatar?
The second one, no.
Mm-hmm. You still... see, it's out, though. I want to see it in IMAX.
I'll probably torrent it. I'll download it.
Gray hat is allowed. Well, gray hat's allowed.
Yeah.
Though, if you're watching YouTube, we support buying everything. We'll edit the wink out later.
That has monkeyed with the constants of physics and the constants of chemistry and biology as well. I consider this to be beyond the shadow of a doubt.
And I consider this beyond beef, beyond theology. It's like you have your theology, but there's nothing there. Or as we call it, theology.
Oh, you mean he's incredulous. He just doesn't see how there could ever be an explanation that's not God. Oh, okay, well, let's pack up here. I guess God is the only option, Amy.
And go home. Exactly.
Now, I'll just leave you with that. That's the current state. Are young physicists looking at this?
Is that really the current state of the science?
I
really,
think they're
though?
going, it's getting very, very hard to resist the idea.
Oh, it's getting super hard.
That there's not only a God out there, a conscious God, but a think.
What?
A conscious God.
Where does he even get that? He didn't even insert it. He's made no argument
He's just
for
pulling
that.
it out of his ass. Yeah, he's just. You're on mute. Mute. Amy.
Oh, all we've done so far that is dealing with consciousness is Boltzmann's brains and near-death experiences. But has he given a argument syllogistically or evidence-wise?
It can't be a multiverse because it can't be a multiverse. Oh,
because he said so.
He says so, yeah. It just can't be because it just can't be.
Let it be.
Thinking God, and not only a thinking, rational, super calculating, super intellect God, but a God who really likes us, who
really likes us.
He really likes us.
Really likes us.
So he likes us so much that he set up these rules that is basically going to mean that 99% of people who ever lived wind up being tortured forever because he really, 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 really likes us. And he knew that was going to happen the way he set things up. But he just said, fuck it, I'm not the one burning, so I'm just going to do it that way anyway. Fuck them. Let the bastards burn. Because I don't give a fuck. That's how I want to do things.
What is up, Gash One? I mean, it's a good question. Which God is he talking about? Because there are so many. Honestly, you just have to assume Christianity because he didn't give an argument. They just go every once in a while. He says something like an actual philosophical quandary, and then something pseudoscientific, and he goes back and forth, back and forth. Yeah.
Yes, Gash. That's the copy of hookers. Yeah.
Yes. Basically, yes, I see both of your comments. Hashtag loving God.
Habitable for life instead of being hostile for life, which of course is what the odds dictate. That's some of the exciting new stuff in the world of cosmology. Let's zoom over now to the world of peer-reviewed medical studies of near-death experiences. In a previous talk over here at the Napa Institute, I guess it was around 2018 or something, I talked about these peer-reviewed medical studies of near-death experiences. I'll just summarize them for you very, very quickly, some of the data that they had discovered. Certainly, what they discovered, and this is Samuel Parnia's very good study for University of Southampton, peer-reviewed in Resuscitation, Journal of Resuscitation, and Dr. Pim van Lommel's study in the Lancet, right? That's the #1 medical journal in Britain. He again, a very, very fine study with he and his team, and several other studies by Bruce Grayson, the University of Virginia Medical School, Department of Perceptual Studies, and a variety of other groups have established the following things. First of all, when you die, there is a high likelihood that your soul, or what we might call some sort of spiritual form of yourself, or even kind of a spiritual...
Now he's going into real science again. You know, he's talking about the soul.
Felt extension form of yourself is going to leave your body. And when it leaves your body, you'll be looking down at your body. You'll be seeing everything. I'm sure you've heard about near-death experiences before. So this kind of a spiritual being has vision. It has consciousness. It has self-consciousness. All of the memories, all of your memories will be intact.
Look at this fucking sales pitch. All of your memories will be intact. If you like your credit card bills, if you like your credit card, no bills, but you can take it with you.
You can keep it.
If you, I was trying so hard after I said credit card not to say that, but exactly. Yeah. But it's just what a sales pitch to say that you can have whatever you want. You're gonna have all your memories and all of your conscious experiences are going to be transported right there. I always ask Christians or Jews, Muslims, whoever believe this, like, what is the point? Like, I bring up the Noah story and the just absolute wiping away of free will. Because actually, this is how it goes. I always say, listen, I'm going to give you a bait question, but I'm telling you up front that it is. So just, answer how you feel. And so, do you think that God wipes away or should wipe away free will if he knows that someone's going to grow up to be a bad person and do bad things. They always say, of course not. It doesn't matter. You have free will. God, can't just kill you. You've got to actually let the plan, God's great plan. And then I say, great. Exactly. Woo-hoo. No, not at all. Welcome, Gash. This is the Skeptic and Ranting community. Exactly. Welcome on board. And sending love also to, I see our Twitch captain out there, Beamsy. But yes, I get them to agree to this free will shenanigans, and so I say, okay, God then did that whole drowning babies thing, that whole little event that we could talk about with the boat, and it's kind of like the most horrific way to die. Could have chosen many ways, but was like, we're going to have them be born. Maybe say, let's just pick a few days, a newborn, lived a few days, only to have it start raining, watch the parents scramble, trying panic as the water continues to rise and rise, not being able
pouring,
to do it.
Keeps raining, doesn't stop.
Exactly. Slowly, you can't help the water anymore. It gets all, you get covered in it. You're awkward. It's terrible. You feel horrible. You can't get comfortable, but it keeps on rising and rising. And eventually, it's now getting to your chin. You've been swimming. It's not even moist in anything. You've now been basically swimming in an ocean world. And I say this is a newborn, so really you're just floating. And now it's going past. We're going past the chin, and so now
you're past the balls.
Yes, going past the balls, and so now your lungs are filling up with water. And I say we, as in the newborn baby's lungs are filling up with water. And it's just nothing but pain. Nothing but pain and suffering because you're not unconscious. And that's the worst part about drowning, is that you're fighting for air your entire conscious moment, unless you're calm. And there aren't many Navy SEAL babies, not that there were many Navy SEALs back then, but there weren't many people trained in long, deep breathing as newborns. Not many that I know. And so it's just lots of suffering until they die. And this is the most loving God. Not a little bit loving. Not loving, not very loving, maximal loving. You cannot shove the loving that is going up there. It drowns babies. Anyway, the latest science
drowns babies. It's a hobby.
Exactly. It's a hobby. Exactly. James, he only
some gods do ceramics, some do basket weaving. Exactly. Yahweh does genocide.
Oh well, I'm pretty sure that drowning is painful. Like, I agree with you, Goth. I see what you're saying. Death is painful. I'm pretty sure it's both those things. Both.
It would be certainly extremely emotionally and mentally painful, even if you don't think physical. It would still, which it probably would be, but the mental and emotional anguish would be very bad. Because you're going to die.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Consciousness of death, foreknowledge of death, which is very cruel.
This is different. I'll give you an example of how it's different. Because I do, and I should be going back, I do jiu-jitsu. And I once had the owner's younger son. They were playing a game of something, and they were just showing because their friend had passed out. And they did something. I'm trying to remember the specific lock that they had. Elbow lock? It was an elbow lock. And I can remember consciousness just dipping. Because it's different than my seizures. My seizures are trippy. My seizures are feelings of deja vu, which is also kind of freaky. But yes. And so the differences with that is that is a very soft. Drowning is different. Drowning, first of all, you're imagining the air, okay? So you first fight it. So you close your mouth. You're imagining the closing your mouth, and so you associate that with that. But what happens is actually you fight that until you gasp, and then the water comes in, and the water starts to fill everything. And you have no system of fighting it. There is water in every direction. And so what happens is you take that for the true last seconds that you have of breath, and then you die. Well, fun. Okay. Once again, if you're joining us for all of the fun, this is God. Once again, I'll just say the last thing before we go back to it. Sending love to Pine Creek, who, oh, look at that. Hey, I can bring it back full circle for us. Send love to, I see Norfolk. What is up? Send love, Norfolk. I want to pass away just like my father did, peacefully in his sleep, not like all the screaming passengers on the bus as they went over the cliff. I agree. And I see that what you're saying also, Goth. I play a game with theists of the Abrahamic religion that's called Poof or Drown. I get it from Pine Creek. And Poof or Drown is just a very simple game. It reminds me of what Norfolk was just talking about. You are just a normal person living out your life just like now. But then God comes to you and says, oh my gosh, oh my me. It turns out we got to drown or we have to get rid of everyone. Not only do we have to get rid of everyone, but I want you to decide how to do it. And so I'm going to give you two options. We could go the classic model, like I was just, I got so excited. My younger years used to do it, even though I'm an infinite God. I used to drown everybody. Just kind of like the way we did things. But I'm going to give you the choice of actually poofing everyone out of existence. So all of the families, the men, women, and children will just be gone. And so I try to get Christians, very specifically, sometimes I guess the Jews and the Muslims who will play along. Which will you decide? Because both really have bad repercussions. It really is a heads. I win, tails you lose, because this is this bastard of a God. I don't know. I feel bad that he's this much of a son of a, but he was all powerful and couldn't figure out a better way of getting rid of people. Very interesting. But yes, let's get back to Dr.
Talking
Yeah, talking balls.
You'll have, kind of a super awareness of things that are going on around you. In addition to that, you'll have emotion, you'll have the capacity to move, and you won't even be restrained by the forces of physics. You can just go right through the ceiling.
It'll be magic.
Zoom right on up and pass right through the roof, which
magic.
So, of course,
If
that's
you
an interesting
believe
thing. You say,
in
well, why
magic.
are there so many peer-reviewed medical journals that come out and say these?
What's up, Grumpy? Ahoy! Boom, boom, boom.
But you know, like this whole concept of like what he's saying, like, okay, so this soul thing, like, it'll have your memories. So, like, what we know that memories are stored in the brain. So, what's he saying? Like, it's stored in the brain, but it's also stored in this other thing called the soul. That's not subject. So the brain, yeah, we know that when the brain breaks down, when there's brain injury, your memory gets affected, but there's like a backup copy that's in your soul that, you know, is incorruptible. You're right. It's, and because he's like, oh, your soul can also see. It can, okay. I mean, if your soul can see on its own, why do we need eyes? Why would God force us to rely on our eyes to see if you know, this soul thing that it doesn't need eyes, it can still see anyway? Now that would be amazing evidence for the soul and for the supernatural. Like, if, and for this God, if it was like, we have no idea why we can see, it's magic. We, like, if there were no vision organs but yet we still could see, that would be very good evidence. Like, okay, this has to be magical because there's no way that it could physically be. But no, that's not what we see. We have brains that store memories. We have eyes that we see with. So if you just want to conjecture and postulate, oh yeah, but the soul can do all that anyway without all the hardware. Well, why even go with the hardware to begin with if it's not even necessary?
Yeah, it just seems like a lot of extra work.
None of this shit makes any sense, and you know, the people like him, they don't even care that it doesn't make sense. They don't give a shit.
As the philosopher Rick once said, this just sounds like slavery with extra steps.
Things. Well, two reasons in particular. First reason is that you've got a lot of heretical data that points to this. Heretical data is unusual kinds of facts that happen, which are reported by the patients during the time when they're dead. They're so unusual they could not have been predicted. You know, somebody said, well, there's some battles on my chest and tried to start my heart again. Nobody would be surprised. But if they are talking about all kinds of events that are taking place in the waiting room next door, outside of the hospital, et cetera, you can start going, let me check on that. And then when you get an independent researcher to check on that and you find out that all of those things occurred and that person was dead in that operating room, that really gets you to
they were
dead. Listen, we are not. I love how they basically said that while they were like not sales whores in the trailer. Sorry, geeking out, James. Don't mind me.
No, you're cool. Like, you know, you've ever had this phenomenon? You probably have. I know I've had it before, where you'll fall asleep with like the radio or the TV on, and you'll be dreaming, but your brain will actually incorporate some of what it's hearing into the dream, and like stuff that of course, because your dreams don't necessarily make sense because the higher level reasoning centers of your brain are shut off, so you'll just accept absurd things because you're not engaging in high level reasoning. But so, I mean, to me, that makes your ears are still working while you're in that hospital. You know, even if you're not manifesting signs of consciousness, it's entirely possible that you could be in a dreamlike state. Your brain you're still picking up sounds in the room or hearing what people are saying, and you can integrate those into the dreamlike state that you're in. That, to me, that makes much more sense than this magical soul floating around like fucking General Leia in that Star Wars, flying around like Mary fucking Poppins in space.
Thinking, and that's what got Pim van Lommel and his team thinking, and Parnia, et cetera, to come out and say there is a likelihood of the survival of consciousness after bodily death.
A likelihood?
What? Like I just sneaks that in there.
Oh yeah, consciousness. Yeah, survives after death. You didn't know? Very likely.
Exactly.
Along with emotion and self-consciousness and memory, etc. The second thing that is going on, and this was the Kenneth Ring studies, where he determined that 81% of blind people see. And most of these people were blind from birth, so they're seeing for the...
Sorry. I think I'm going deaf.
See. And Kenneth Ring studies, where he determined that 81% of blind people see.
I think this is a near-death experience he's talking about.
Okay, good. Please. He's saying that
so
they
you've
see
lived
in
your
their,
whole life.
their dreams.
You've lived your whole life. You've never seen anything. You've been blind since birth, and all of a sudden you die and you start seeing shit.
That, first of all, I don't know what you would be able
how we
to...
would even verify that.
Yes. How do you know they just didn't have a different experience from the one they have, and they're calling that site? I'd be very interested, but my lord.
And most of these people were blind from birth, so they're seeing for the very first time when they're clinically dead. Flat EEG, fixed and dilated pupils, right? No gag reflex. I mean...
Oh, come on. Come on. They're just setting me up for that.
Well, Amy has done lots of experiments on the gag reflex.
It's true. Please, set up.
I mean,
get me on my knees. Get you on your knees. We'll figure it out. But sure. I don't know what he's setting up there, but a good time.
You got a few sputterings of neurons in the lower brain and
oh, I bet you do, baby.
Absolutely no electrical activity in the frontal or cerebral cortex. You're not going to be doing any thinking with your physical brain. No, you're not. And if that is the case,
you know what he looks. You know what he does look like. Who's that? Like Dodson from Jurassic Park. Like he became a Catholic priest.
I'm trying.
You didn't say the magic word.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's like him.
That I was thinking of.
Like he became a Catholic priest.
Oh, Newman.
Resemblance a little bit.
Is that who you're telling me? Kinda. I could kinda see that. He definitely sounded like it when he just said that. That's exactly what I thought.
I just picked up on it. Just the way he was saying it was like that vibe, like science.
Because he definitely just said that in like a phrase.
Science
is doing the seeing. Now, for a long time, right? Blind people, people thought, well, there's got to be a physicalist explanation for this, and so they tried many different explanations, right? So, parietal lobe stimulation, temporal lobe stimulation.
I want to know. When you mean they were able to see in their dreams, how would we test that? That would be like you would have to administer a colorblind study, a sight study while they're dreaming. Like that's what a falsifiable test would look like for that. Good luck.
Yeah, how would they be able to explain what they saw? I mean,
I think there's actually a documentary of that.
Imagine if you were blind, you've never seen anything, and then you try to describe something that you see. Where'd you even start with that?
I actually saw a documentary about this. I don't want to play, for the filters, but did any of you see this documentary? It's called Inception. Don't know. Maybe. No?
When did that come out?
Oh, must have come out a few years ago.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little something. It's by some no names anyway. Anyway.
Anoxia, lack of oxygen. It's hallucinations from all the morphine that's given to the patient. Pharmaceutical explanation.
Now
all these valid, reasonable, possible explanations. He's just saying no.
But he doesn't like a multiverse. He thinks that's silly.
Hates it.
He's gonna hate Kang. I'll tell you that much.
explanation. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, there's only
I could not have him do that again with like my lordy.
temporal lobe stimulation, anoxia, lack of oxygen. Oh, it's hallucinations from all
Cock
the
at the ass.
given to the patient. Pharmaceutical explanation. Blah 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 blah.
All right, just one. I did it twice. Let's do just one.
Hallucinations from all the morphine that's given to the patient. Pharmaceutical explanation. Blah 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 blah.
I'm sorry. This is our maturity level. But
all these possible legitimate scientific explanations. Nah, it's just all bullshit.
James, excuse me. It's not nah. It's
morphine that's given to the patient. Pharmaceutical explanation. Blah 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 blah.
Just go to his church while he's performing mass, and then just go, oh come on, blah, 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 blah. All these fucking prayers and incantations.
Oh, we lost one flatter, we gain a flatter. Welcome, Rebel. What's up? A clown. I could imagine. Can you imagine, James, people believing that a man after 72 hours 72 hours came back from the dead? That's what gets me. It's not, once again, he's talking about near-death experiences. Like, I don't think they appreciate how much someone rots. And they're always like, well, can't God do anything? Sure. So why not have him die for like a month? Like, why not have him become like bones and then be like, boom.
Full-blown zombie Jesus.
Exactly. Yeah. Why? Except 36 hours. Or what if what I would like is a 28 days Jesus. That's really what I'm looking for.
Okay, there's only 3 problems with all of those physicalist explanations when you're talking about blind people.
Only 3.
Blind people don't have any visual images in their brain.
Ooh. Hey, Goth, that tells me that you're a deist, which, like, welcome on board our team as far as I'm concerned.
We'll get you the rest of the way there.
I know. Well, anything else is just like a conversation we can talk about over beer. But, like, deism, that's just a... Well, here we go. I can't help it. I don't know if we're baiting him or he's baiting us, but I can't. Atheists want evidence of miracles to be repeatable, thus no longer miraculous. Well, no, we want God to like have any power ever. Like, we think miracles are a silly concept because miracles don't exist. What exists are rare events. Like there is. Show me a man who has had their leg cut off and that it grew back. Like, that's a miracle. Cancer going into remission when the doctor said that it wouldn't, that's a rare event. That's not a miracle.
Right. Now, if you were...
It's good. Good.
Oh, sure.
Still good.
No,
but yes.
If you went to the doctor and they said, like, this is really bad, like, you have in this condition a 98% chance that you will not be able to beat this cancer. You need to start making your final arrangements and somber and everything. If you happen to be that 2% where you actually beat it, you probably feel like that's a miracle. You probably feel like, how could you be so lucky, like, to be one of the very few? I mean, it is incredibly unlikely, but it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Can I just point out how funny it is? Every one of the fundies, they would just say, God chose me. And then they will follow it up with, because I am so humble.
Well,
I can feel it. I can feel the humbleness dropping off the bone.
No, there are people, I know I've shared this before, like on YouTube, who share like their cancer diagnosis stories, like from, like, say they were a YouTuber and then they went to the doctor. Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, when I do this, I actually feel bad. It just means I want a point, but I feel, yes, it doesn't matter. I'm taking this chance. See, but this is what I say. You say you asked too much for a limb to grow back, but
That
my
would be
question,
actual evidence. That would be
why is
a
it too much?
miracle.
I always say that, and you're not a Christian, so I wouldn't tie it to you. But they're always like, but God, I'm like, well, 72 hours, zombie man. And they're like, well, can't God do anything? And I'm like, well, yes, I guess technically, if there's a being that can do anything, then by definition, he has to do something. I'm making this gesture to them, not you.
Well,
But that's what I would expect from a miracle. Like, a miracle isn't just a rare event. Rare events happen all the time.
Look at this scumbag down here.
Oh, my.
Rebel. So, follow this. So, if reptiles can naturally grow their limbs back, that is a property that they evolved with. So that's not a miracle. What a miracle would be when something happens that physically cannot happen, that contravenes the laws of physics, that breaks reality. So humans growing another limb, that would be a miracle because there is no way that can happen outside miraculous intervention. Just something that's really unlikely. So if you get 100 people in a room and you tell them 98% of you will be dead within a year from cancer, and at the end of the year there's 2 of them left, well, that's not a miracle. That's what we would expect.
But can I also just point out that how silly it is? The point, like, why would God get up and waste time on you? Because God is timeless, right? Like, God has all the time in the world. There's no events to get to. There's no events that were or will be, because all events are happening now. And so, like, God, does he got somewhere? Is he missing an appointment? Is he busy? He can't clear his plans? And look, Rebel, I know that we sound sassy at you. We're not trying to be sassy at you. Why not? It's just that, like, we get this a lot. And it always feels, ironically enough, politically correct. Like it's
like so
trying to obfuscate.
Well, it's like they say, like, oh, who are you to demand God do anything? Right. So if he's real, he doesn't have to do anything for us. Right. But all of a sudden now, if he says he wants us to believe in him and that's something that he wants, well, if that is something that he wants, then you're saying he can't lift a finger. He can't do anything to demonstrate his existence, right? I mean, if he doesn't care but he tells us he does want us to know. So if he doesn't care, he just wants us to burn, then fine. He would do exactly what he's doing. He would keep hiding himself. But he actually wanted us to know he was there.
Well, I have a syllogism.
Stop hiding so well.
I have a syllogism that proves that. It's not original. I'm not the one who made it. But if God is a being that wants a personal relationship with us, then we would know they exist. I don't know they exist. Therefore, a God that is all powerful, that wants a personal relationship with me, does not exist. If nature is enough to prove your God exists, nature is not. That's the point. Then God don't care to show you nothing. Trust me, Matthew. Okay, that's we're done. God doesn't want to show us nothing. We don't have any use for this God.
So we're both looking at nature, and we're saying we think there's going to be a naturalistic explanation. You're asserting baselessly that God is the only explanation. Okay, but how do we know that yours is the right interpretation of that? We don't. Okay, You're just looking at nature and saying God did that because he just did it. Okay, that's your opinion.
Because he felt it in his balls.
But what I was
physically.
Saying before,
say that, and then we'll jump back in.
I mean, you can see people like with their cancer diagnosis stories on YouTube, and like sometimes they were like YouTubers before, and then they have some condition that they go to the doctor for. They get the bad news that it's cancer and it's terminal or it's in a later stage, and they kind of document like their treatment from it. And like so many, I haven't watched like too many of them, but I've seen a couple of them, and some of these people like I'm 39 right now, and like some of these people were like in their late 20s or early 30s, and a lot of them, they seem like much more remarkable people than me. Like, but why did I get lucky and I've gotten already 10, 5, 9, 10, however many years more on Earth than they ever got? They're already dead, but I'm ticking along, and it just seems like it's random. It just seems like luck, the luck of the draw. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. It's just it is what it is.
And with that, we're going to jump into the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. But keep on tagging James W. and myself and Amy Newman. We'll share your comment, as well as all of that super chat love. We'll show those super chats and interact with them. Probably show more props because we can't help ourselves on screen. But we're jumping back in.
Hallucinate show you what Amy does with Matthew
in their physical brain since they've never seen anything for their entire lives. How in the world can they give accurate critical data of an entire scene that is going on? I'll tell you what blows up the explanations of the physicalists on this score, which of course are cited by Van Lommel and Grayson and all the rest of the big researchers in this area. But the main thing is, of course, here's this kid, Bradley Burroughs. He's 16 years old, blind from birth. He says, during my near-death experience, I zoomed right outside of the hospital walls.
How is this connection to a God?
Standing outside and in the snow, but I didn't feel anything.
How would you know what a hospital looks
the tracks, like? This kid's blind from birth. I could see the tracks of the train in the snow. And just about a minute later, this train comes by, and it's got a big, huge sign on the back with an arrow pointing to the right. And the train just went down those tracks and went off into the grove.
How do you even know what an arrow is?
Perfect.
You've never seen an arrow.
How can we verify any of this? We can't. We're not in their brain. And they're blind.
Imagine that you've never seen anything, and all of a sudden your brain just gets overloaded with these images. You don't even know what anything is. You've never seen a wall before. You've never seen a train before. You've never seen tracks or snow before. The idea that you just immediately be able to assimilate all that and be able to regurgitate it in any type of coherent manner is just silly.
It's also not curing the blindness. Once again, how can we verify? Can they use it? What information can they use to make a prediction? I hate to be T-jump for a moment, but like, what novel testable prediction can we get from this? How can you say, can we go, okay, we're now going, I can't help but use the just colorblind test. We're going to put, we're going to put shapes, I guess not colorblind. We're going to put a square, and we're going to put a cylinder in front of you. Don't touch it. Don't feel it. All you can do to show us which one's which. I mean, start to show us useful information that you can now see. But until then, they're just telling a story.
And of course, you can coordinate a train schedule with the time of Bradley's clinical death. And he's 100% accurate. That's exactly what happened. How did the blind kid do it? Exactly. Bradley Burroughs' response is, I just did it. But he didn't hallucinate it.
God just did it. Oh, yeah, that's a reason you laugh at that answer.
Hallucinations, by the way, are notoriously inaccurate. But he was 100% accurate. Now, that's kind of the scene.
Sure. Hey, to be fair, Jake 40 says, person could have an experience of those things based on description, sounds, and tactical experience, touching arrow-shaped objects, but he had no verification it's real. And sure, I have no doubt in my mind that a blind person is using every other, and we learn, or at least I used to learn about our 5 or 6 senses. We actually have 20, 40. We have all these different types of actual senses that make the conscious experience. And so although I think that my joke is always, we spend an amazing amount of brain power on sight. It is our absolutely one of our strongest senses as humans. And I'll just say, however, we can detach it. And the way to see this is in 3 seconds, we're going to all close our eyes. We're going to go 3, 2, 1. And so you're listening to me talk right now, but if you actually closed your eyes, you're still conscious. Things are still going around. You can still lift your right arm, still lift your left arm. You can wave both of your arms. You are having experiences, the same conscious experience, but it's not until you close your eyes that you realize how much your brain is using to do so. So we're going to open our eyes. We're going to go 3, 2, 1. Oh, my Lord. And so you notice that this whole experience that we actually think is the conscious experience, the sight, our main primary sense, I think, sometimes confuse that with consciousness itself. Just like I think we sometimes confuse what I call the narrative. We learn whatever our primary language is, we tend to think in that language as well as in shapes and colors and all sorts of things. And so I think we confuse that with conscious thought. We can think in other languages. We can think without language. So I'm sure they could have made an interesting or novel experience from the amalgamation of all of the other data. Of that, I have no doubt. I am skeptical. I mean, I'm not 100%. You can convince me otherwise if they had a test. Just like, and I think you were agreeing with me too. There's no way. We would either have to be in the dream, which I don't know how you would be able to do that, but I guess find a way to do that. Like I said, Leonardo DiCaprio did. Or they would have to acquire a power from the dream that would be able to give us a testable prediction.
I still I don't see how if you've been blind your whole life, you've never seen a train, if you were just hovering above a station, that you'd be able to look down and immediately identify, oh, that's what a train looks like. I'm skeptical of it.
I'll give you an example, and it's sci-fi / other animal. Someone has a mutation, and they somehow have echolocation. And for whatever reason, they are able to interpret some sort of sound waves or something hitting back and drawing a picture. Maybe bats are able to see, blind bats are able to see in a way that we wouldn't. But once again, still grounded in natural phenomena,
sure,
would still be testable and observable. It would still fit all of the criteria that we want and none of the criteria that they want. Supernatural, paranormal.
I guess it's like pit vipers. They have those heat pits at the front of their face.
Sure.
Now, how that gets integrated in the brain and how they perceive that, we don't know, but it is a sense that they do have that we just aren't able to understand because we don't have it.
Once again, don't think a human can do that, but at least it's a natural explanation, not a supernatural, and a device is being perfected now. I'm interested on what? I also agree if you cash one. I see in most cases legally blind. That's true. Was he saying legally blind? Oh, was he?
I don't think he said legally blind. I think he said totally blind.
Can I tell you what a lot of prosperity gospel people will do is they will bring people up who are have trouble walking, and they'll bring them up in wheelchairs. And what they'll do is they'll cure them, and oftentimes they have adrenaline, they're in the moment, they are able to basically fall out of the chair and lift themselves up. And so the audience is like, oh,
it's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
No, Peter Popoff would do that. Like there'd be like somebody would come up with a cane or a walker, and he'd be like, well, guess what? You're not going to need that walker anymore. No, sister, you're going to get up and dance. And he would actually like hold their hand to hold her up the entire time she wasn't on the walker. And
I'm sure
it's like, because if he didn't, she would probably collapse, and that would make a good stunt for his presentation. So, of course, once the adrenaline and everything wears off, she's leaving still very much using the walker.
Exactly. So what we're saying is it's a scam.
As you can imagine. And sometimes, of course, you go to a heavenly domain, not all the time, but sometimes go to a heavenly domain. There are, of course, in 15% of the cases, there are unpleasant near-death experiences. If you go to the heavenly domain, oftentimes you meet deceased relatives and friends. Those deceased relatives and friends come back with stories of,
I always love, it's never like random people. Like I had a near-death experience. I didn't see my mom, my dad, or Jesus. I saw Fred. I have no idea who Fred is, but Fred said that I was the
Fred Herbert.
It is exactly who you expect if your brain was generating random shit with nothing else or no other context.
Yeah.
We'll come back with stories from these deceased relatives and friends they couldn't have possibly known about, but they're verified by older relatives later on. Certainly, the white light is particular to about 24% that they identify with either God or Christ.
White light, once again, a lot of experiences explaining tunnel vision, why we see things at the end of the tunnel and stuff like that.
Is about 24% of those near-death experiences. What's my point? Well, just this year, the New York Academy of Sciences. I mean, for a long time, remember near-death experiences. Okay, Van Lammel's okay, Party is okay. They're good doctors. They did some good research. But I mean, near-death experience, the kind of anecdotal, and
it's still kind of stupid.
Anecdotal story. Don't buy it.
What's up, Fecknell?
Buy this.
Any anecdotal story, don't buy it. You heard it right there from the horse's mouth. What's up, Fecknell? We're listening to the latest scientific evidence of God and soul.
Buy the statistical evidence in a big, huge study with over 2,000 people over 10 years. That's much better. Now, the key thing, of course, there's multiple studies like that. Now, the point is the peer-reviewed literature on near-death experience.
Point is, though, that's what he's trying to tell us. He's getting to the point. Really is.
Experiences became so extensive that this year the New York Academy of Sciences finally made the declaration that the peer-reviewed literature, medical literature, does warrant a consensus statement from a large group of physicians and scientists that basically hold that it's likely that consciousness is going to survive physical bodily death.
Oh, totally.
What?
Totally likely. Yeah.
James, didn't you hear this the other day? It was yeah, exactly. It was the weather, and then consciousness is going to exist after you die.
It's like this whole brain thing. It's not even necessary. It's just
basically
it's
dead weight.
It's just this blob up here, but the real brain, what really does the thinking, that's in the soul. That lives after death.
Sup, pseudonym.
That's an interesting thing. Number two.
It's also fucking bullshit.
Yeah, pulled straight from his own. Well, and here's the thing. This is the most dangerous thing about a con artist is that he says with such confidence statements, if not a lie, then just absolute wrong statements, as much as he says things like explanations about what a Boltzmann brain is or what a near-death experience is, because his examples were nonsense.
There's going to be a separation of this soul spirit-like form from your physical body.
Know that how?
You're going to have a sense of traveling somewhere out of your physical body toward maybe the operating room or outside the hospital or something of that nature.
They've tested it. All bullshit.
Just around the local area, or you could travel to another destination altogether, like a heavenly domain.
And have a beer or something before the crossover, right?
Exactly. Get comfy.
Worldly domain. The third item that they indicate is there's going to be a life review that is rather thorough and.
Listen. I understand that I am an eternal being that has lived since the beginning of time. However,
chapter review.
Yes, exactly. However, I've been also doing an audit, and so there are just some things we want to go over. We're a little bit thorough here at Heaven. Yeah, and you thought it was okay to run screaming naked through the street?
State Farm discount double check.
I know, exactly.
Kind of has a sense of where you failed and did and where you did well. And finally, of course, at the end of it, there is a sense of returning back into your body. Now, I'm just quoting the statement from the New York Academy of Sciences, and the main thing that I'm quoting here is
because God was like,
out there, people are accepting it as somehow not validated conclusively, but at least something that's validatable conclusively as studies move forward in the future.
Experience.
And that's really quite interesting. Maybe Jesus was right after all about the resurrection. And maybe we're beginning to see in the skeptical, science-oriented, peer-reviewed medical study generation that finally there is something acceptable about belief, not only in a transcendent soul, but life after physical death. Let's go to the Shroud of Turin.
No actual evidence. And with that, we are about to move on to his third and final bullshit point. What bullshit? Yes, basically everything that he says at this point is just nonsense. He has moved on.
Nonsense.
Well, I didn't get to read. I just want the suffering to be over, and I linked to read. Sending love to Rebel down there above your head about 75. Yeah, I am just waiting for those pictures of that 2D Earth any day now.
Pictures of that dome.
That dome, baby.
Turin now. This is the Jesus Studies area.
The Jesus
I just wanted to
Studies.
get 3 updates. There are many, many good things about the Shroud of Turin. I could give you another lecture on that. I did one, I think, in 2016.
James, would you like to do a role play? We're now going to talk about the Shroud of Turin.
Something or whenever I get it. But anyway, the Shroud of Turin is very fascinating. Of course, I do believe it is the burial cloth of Jesus Christ, and I believe in it for scientific reasons. I mean,
of course, not religious reasons.
Absolutely scientifically.
James, does this look like a man of religion? Come on now.
You could imagine him wearing a lab coat.
I know, exactly.
Church has not declared it to be an authentic relic, so I'm not believing it, of course, as a matter of faith, and I don't think anybody should believe it as a matter of faith. And I just have no sense of evidence that
Once again, we don't want to believe things on faith. You can tell. It really does. Look, we keep on saying, I do feel like now just an older version of Elton John. I was hinting at it before, but he must just look like a bunch of people, James. So we're just realizing that.
Oh, we're all Globers here, Rebel.
I know, it's terrible. Though I will say, we've been getting lots of money shoved down places that the fundies may have by a flat earther. I'm pretty sure Upside Down, though Upside Down guy, as he left, was like saying like, I hope you all have a fantastic night. I mean, good night. And so that just makes me question. It makes me, there's like a slight sliver of hope in me that makes me think that he's not a flat earther. It helps me sleep at night when I like stare up at the wall. Yeah.
Have a certitude that this is the burial cloth of Jesus. But here's just three new little events. All of you, of course, remember the 1988 carbon dating that occurred on the Shroud of Turin a while back. And of course, it said that the shroud was produced in between 1262 and 1350 or something like that.
Which is the actual date.
Forget all about this thing. Initially, that was challenged by Dr. Ray Rogers, who came and said, yeah, I don't think that's right. The strands, actually, that were used for the test on the Shroud of Turin, those strands for the sample, for the carbon dating samples, had cotton fibers in them. Well, the shroud's a linen fabric. There are no cotton fibers in them.
And what happened was we used a heat cycle and then it shrunk. You gotta learn. You learn from these mistakes.
And these cotton fibers had a gum dye mordant that wasn't even available in the world until after 12th century Europe introduced that particular color and that particular kind of mordant. And so, of course, you look at this and you go...
Surprise, he's about to say the Shroud of Turin is from the... I think the exact time period was the Jesus time.
Oh, really?
Very specifically. Yes, I think that's the technical term. The Jesus time. The morphin meme is in the back of my head. It's Jesus time. I just imagine like a scary Jesus just taking everyone. No, Jesus, no! Get your cross ready. This time it's personal.
Maybe Rogers is right. By the way, Rogers is no slouch, right? He was head of thermochemistry for Los Alamos Laboratories and the editor of Thermochemica, the peer-reviewed medical journal of thermochemistry. So he's a pretty smart guy, but everybody said, you got to hold off on this. This 1988 carbon dating is going to be pretty good still, but Ray Rogers did put a real chink in it. And then,
oh my God. What's today's date? I don't normally like to date and time our episodes, but like... It is this time in this year. That's amazing. And Rebel,
this year,
we have an actual agreement. Rebel thinks that the Shroud of Turin is fake.
Hey.
And Rebel, it even uses... Exactly. It even uses that carbon dating that probably doesn't work in any other subject but this one thing that you think. But hey, we found agreement. Why ruin it now? Why ruin it?
And this is big
because,
so I mean,
my cake. And
if Bubble said right was right and left was left, I mean, I wouldn't know what to think. I mean,
I know.
If he said the sun is going to come up in the morning, I would be very concerned. I would be really worried about it.
It's true because the gnomes fight the sun each and every day. Yes, I will say, Goth, like, it hurts me, like, to say this, but, like, there's a decent amount of Christians that do not believe in gravity or outer space. And I guess I don't even know how they view time by that measure. But yes. They're not even trolling. I want them to be trolling. Like, it's a decent amount of people that it makes you say, it can't be. It can't possibly be trolling. It's like old, like I'll tell you guys, like the spiciest person that we've met, like we have met a Christian who has told us that he has a sexual relationship with Jesus. So far, to completion. If you think we haven't given you too much information. But then, and you say that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. No one believes that. That's a Poe. But we've seen him, not only has he done 9-hour streams by himself, but we'll put him like with other Christians, and he'll be like, all right, everybody, calm down. Let's not get excited.
Let's be reasonable here.
Let's be reasonable. And you go, what timeline am I living in? Yeah. Yes, are we in the Twilight Zone? And so it's hard to tell. That is the thing with a Poe, is that, there are specific theists in there that'll be like, if you do not believe in a 6,000-year-old Earth, you just believe in that evolution fairy tale, that Big Bang.
They're just projecting their silliness on us.
And so,
you think you ever got that steak done, Amy?
Oh, I did. Exactly, Rebel. I have to ask, are you still cooking that steak shirtless? I mean, if you are, I wouldn't complain. I liked what I saw.
A meat eater. She's a carnivore.
It just seemed like James was pointing out how it did seem like a little bit long. None of you have ever been to space, nor will you ever. I want to say, let's just give two different contexts, because technically we are in space, like we're moving in space. We're both moving in space, but then also moving within space and time because the Earth is moving. But then, we have pictures. How do you got anything, Rebel, or Flat Earthers? Once again, I hate to put you on the spot. I know it's always hard because...
Oh, he's coming in the side chat.
Exactly. Well, and I'd say what it really should be oftentimes is the side chat. The skeptics should be fighting, him in side chat, which they are to their degree. I love our chat in here. I love the Skeptic Ranting community. You guys and gals are amazing. Oh, you gotta go. Just sending love. Thank you so very much. It was an honor to have you, Gash. Feel free to follow if you'd like. We do tons of skeptic content. We do about 2 or 3 streams a week. Would love to do more. But it was lovely to have you, and I hope you have a good day or night. I know, reasonable, like the Christians. But it's just so funny that, I was going to say, KJV also is a flatter. There's nothing that KJV, and she goes on, she's all in with space lasers and all the other.
You could invent a conspiracy theory tomorrow and she would buy into it.
See, but here's what I'm talking about, Rebel. You say, I get it. I could show you a picture of a unicorn flying through the air. Okay. That's cool. Yes, you could. There is the possibility of you faking an image. That is a possibility. Show an image. Just because you can fake something doesn't mean you can also actually take the picture. Do you understand the little subtlety there?
I don't think he does. I don't think he gets it. But
found out a couple of months ago that Tristan Casabianca and his team actually came out and published in the peer-reviewed journal Archaeometry. He showed that this test could not have been valid at all for dating the shroud in the 13th century. And the reason, very simply, by the way, Tristan Casabianca for 30 years tried to pry the raw data from the carbon data.
Try to pry it out of my cold, dirty hands.
Out of the British Museum, who had obtained custody over it, tried to pry it out of their grip. Finally, on a Freedom of Information request, he finally got it in 2018. He did the statistical analysis of the raw data. There's
trying to think of what the actual phrase is. He's dirty. Dead.
So much stratification and variegation. Not only,
I guess I'd rather be dirty than dead, though. So
among the samples, but within the samples themselves, Casabianca said, "There's no way this can possibly accurately date the Middle Ages." And furthermore, there's got.
By the way, majority, if not all, of the actual scholarly evidence points to it being that time. But gentlemen like him, like our pastor here, once again feel a little bit different.
To be some explanation for the stratification, the variegation in the samples, there's got to be another cloth, like those cotton fibers that Ray Rogers found. There's got to be some other cloth fibers woven into these fibers. So,
yes, it's Levi's jeans.
So let me just cut to the chase. So,
please.
I was correct. He said it 3 times. He hinted it. Once again, let's just cut to the chase. Holy, it might take him a minute. I guess who are we to complain about cutting to the chase? But like, blah, 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 blah.
We then after that, it kind of opened everything up. Giulio Fanti, just a real genius in the whole area of dating, did 3 different non-carbon datings of the shroud. The first thing that he did was a Fourier transformed infrared spectroscopy, a Raman laser spectroscopy, and a mechanical compressibility and tension test. Average age from all 3 tests, with all of the possibilities for discontinuity accounted for, was about 90 AD with about a 95% confidence level. But then came this year, 2022. And this fellow, Liberato di Caro, and this is a whole group of people over at the equivalent of Los Alamos, right? The equivalent of the National Laboratories of Italy. This whole group under Liberato di Caro did a brand.
If he talked like that for a good 5 minutes, I'd call him daddy. Okay.
New kind of dating, and what's called an X-ray, a wide-angle X-ray scattering.
10 minutes, I'd call him that.
They did a peer-reviewed series of tests on this for 2.5 years before actually doing the dating on the shroud material. Finally, of course, when that was accepted, they went ahead and did the shroud test. What did they date the shroud to be? Between 55 to 74 AD. Whoa. Right at the time of Jesus. Commensurate with Julius.
Yes! Oh, I just wanted it to be at the
Go figure, huh?
We're Jesusing. I guess it would actually be
Fanti's dating. I'm not kidding you. This is just really remarkable, and they totally
I wish you were.
The 1988 carbon dating, because this kind of X-ray scattering dating test basically allows you to know what the secular temperature of a material has been throughout the course of its existence. Well, if you're going to make the shroud to be 700 years old, the secular temperature every day of its existence would have had to have been 134 degrees.
Oh, I love this.
Like
he
burning.
Makes, as if it was a nuclear fallout. First of all, I don't get why Jesus making a print would have to be like this. There's lots of other things that do that, but what he's about to explain, fairly sure is the backstory of Superman. But
we got fisheye eyes in the chat, Amy.
Fisheye eyes. Oh, the fisheye lenses and that stuff.
Yeah.
Go take a picture of the 2D Earth. Like, don't like the visual effects and all that. I always find that funny. Yeah, I find it funny.
Hot every single day, like in an oven. Ridiculous. That carbon dating is wrong. It's very likely that the date of the shroud is between 55 to 74, give or take whatever it is, 50 years.
But only he agrees with that.
So let's now go to something really interesting as well. And I'm just in the last few minutes, I just want to tell you about the particle radiation hypothesis. Right now, we know for a fact there's only one way of producing that image.
My goddess, please don't put this much shit on a slide. Like, no sources and just boom, paragraphs. Fantastic. I'm just gonna sit here and read. So I know, right? Secular temperature. I'm pretty sure that's a new one.
On the shroud because of its peculiarities. Radiation.
That's where
it's the only way.
Thermometer.
2 kinds of radiation you can do it.
That's the secular temperature reading.
Radiation.
One has been postulated by John Jackson and by Paolo Di Lazzaro, and their team actually did a test on what was called columnated ultraviolet vacuum radiation. And what it would have taken to produce that image in that way, which you would have gotten very, very precise 3-dimensional imaging from it, it would be 6 to 8 billion, with a B, billion watts of light energy for 1/40 billionth of a second.
James, what if it wasn't 6 to 8 billion watts? What if it was 6 to 8 million watts?
I mean, he's trying to say they couldn't have faked this, but think everybody knows that's ridiculous. They could have easily faked it.
I'm fairly sure the Shroud of Turin is not admitting radiation. Like, this is a post-apocalyptic type of MacGuffin. I have no idea what he thinks the Shroud of Turin is. It's just going rum, 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 rum.
It's like the arts from Indiana Jones.
500,000 searchlights worth of light energy to give rise to that image for 1/40 of a second. Dead bodies do not normally do this. But at this,
they all laugh at this. Yeah. Dead bodies don't normally do this.
They don't normally come back to life either.
That is, I couldn't, this is all I could think about is that statement. Like, the audacity, the actual irony to laugh at that. When it's like, yeah, dead bodies, they don't normally come back from the dead. Just like in Whose Line Is It Anyway? $100 million. Oh, thank you. And then a combination from Austin Powers back at the end. That's right. We need 100 million. Thank you so very much, Jack Wordy. Means Celsius, aka centigrade, as opposed to freedom degrees of some backwards countries. That's true. Listen.
Fahrenheit's actually, I don't know, much more useful for like everyday measurements. I think that Celsius works better in the laboratory.
I would also say there's a very prominent business community over here that uses metric. Our drug dealers have always been just ahead of the game. I just want to put that out there. And with that, we are finishing up the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul.
Science here, folks.
Cutting edge.
Same time, what is also required is that the body becomes spiritual. The body becomes mechanically transparent, so that the shroud can actually penetrate at least 3/16 of an inch into the body, so that you can.
Whew, I'm sorry.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
I'm sorry. Let me get a glass of wine. All right, continue.
That the shroud can actually penetrate at least 3/16 of an inch into the body, so that you can get the layering, the depth layering.
James, do they sell Shroud of Terrans on Amazon? I'm asking for like a roommate.
I'm pretty sure they do, yeah.
Yes, a birthday gift or something. Cool. Okay, cool.
From an MRA-like approach, right? The depth layering of the bones inside the hand, the bone and the backbone compared to the skin on the surface, all that depth layering on the inside as well as the outside from the skin to the shroud itself is all recorded perfectly on the shroud. So the body's got to become spiritual. Dead bodies generally don't do that either.
That's probably
true.
Now
I'm going to cut to the chase. There's one other radiation hypothesis that explains every single enigma on the shroud.
Oh, does it?
Every radiation hypothesis. I don't have enough time to explain it right now. Part of the radiation hypothesis comes from what's called a low temperature nuclear disintegration. So every stable atomic nucleus in that body is going to simultaneously start this.
If you have just joined us, we have been the latest scientific evidence. We have to at least start with the foundation of a book said a thing. At least 3,500 years ago. Let's put that to a side, because of course the book said a thing. But we then have thought experiments like, are we a brain in a vat? Is a brain just randomly fluctuating in and out of existence? And then, have you ever had a near-death experience? As in, like, more than 7 shots of tequila? Yeah, that's the second. So, like, people almost dying is number 2. And then we have come to the third and most powerful of the scientific evidences of God and the soul.
The crotchless Shroud of Turin.
The Shroud of Turin.
Somewhere Tangelo is like doing a little happy dance, like, because another Christian actually used the Shroud of Turin.
And we give him a lot of shit. And he's But it just goes back to like we put him. It's like ultimatum. I've seen Orange Jello be a decent human. He atoned for the one bad thing that I think that he was an asshole for. No other word needed. But he like, I guess this podcast is themed. He said forgiveness, and we don't need to sacrifice a fucking human or a son of a god to give forgiveness. However, he still gives the same old talking points. Hopefully he would get out. In fact, every time actually have an actual picture of Antangelo. Have you ever seen it, James? I don't know if you've ever seen it. Ready?
Let me see.
Oh,
nope. That's Antangelo?
No, I'm sorry. This is just the codon
upside
sheet.
Down?
Yes. Sorry. This is just the DNA codon
John Maddox.
map.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Mad dog.
Disintegrating in low temperature nuclear reaction. And so the body is literally disappearing away. And as the body disappears away, of course.
What the are you talking about? So far away from the actual subject of the Shroud of Turin and just buried in all of this text that has really nothing to do with anything, but just a lot of technical terminology.
As it's disappearing, it's going to give rise to one major neutron flux, proton alpha.
Increase the Flash Gordon noise and put up more science stuff.
Like, seriously, this is stuff that I would hear from, like, Nathaniel Richards, which is cool if you're in a movie. But if you're not part of the Fantastic Four, or if you're not Superman trying to understand Krypton's radiation, you should probably... Or be a physicist. A physicist also qualified for this.
Alpha particle flux, right? You're going to get all this shower of particles just blasting out of this body in a big white light, by the way, a big boom. And of course, when all of this happens, you can actually get not only the image there, but you can explain a bunch of other things on the shroud that are hitherto unexplained.
Really?
Well, you don't even have to worry about how the body became spiritually transparent if the body...
It became spiritually transparent. Like, I said this at the very beginning. The Shroud of Turin is a very fancy Jesus is on my toast. That is all it is.
Disintegrated, literally in a nuclear reaction. But what's even more important is you can explain how the bloodstains have perfect integrity on the shroud. How could the
and I guess someone did create it. I guess it's a little bit, well, I've seen Jesuses that were actually drawn to be on toast. And so it was made by a human. I think that we can all admit that. It was not Jesus. That's not how this works. And, yeah.
Be lying on that body for a day and a half at least, and then somebody come along after all the blood is coagulated between the body and the shroud and rip that shroud right off. You would have so many disfigurements of those blood stains, et cetera, et cetera. Not a one is there on that shroud. The blood on the shroud is in incredibly good condition. Number two, the actual color of the blood.
Almost like it was never actually a shroud. It was just made
the blood on the shroud is bright red. All you need is a neutron
flux
to explain that, baby. And of course, the same thing, right? If you start going the tremendous longevity of the cloth. I mean, this cloth has lasted. It's like resistant to solids. It's resistant to everything. You know, you look at it and you go, how is this possible? I'll just come to the chase, right now.
If he says that one more time, I'm going to lose myself.
Chase, yeah.
He keeps on saying that after long tangents.
But he never does it.
You get a neutron flux going, and those neutrons are going to break the carbonyl bonds inside the cloth, and when they break it, they're going to reinforce in much more structured, better carbonyl bonds that are in chains.
James, this is a hip crowd.
Yeah. Very
I'm sorry. Very engaged.
I'll hit you with this so hard, you'll go flying that way.
That are much stronger, and that's the explanation. I'll just quickly go to the final thought. I mean, when you look at this, we have now a test where
we are going to go to the final thought. As he finishes up, I'm going to cue it. We're going to do 30 minutes of open mic at the 5 mark, we're starting outros. So this is your chance to join us if you would like. We are talking the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul, and we are finishing up the opposing view. Though even if you join, just know we're still finishing it up. But yes.
All we need to do is get at that shroud the next time the scientific test goes forward. Because if there was a real nuclear reaction, a low temperature nuclear disintegration, by the way, this is a real miracle. Bodies do not go through a complete nuclear disintegration simultaneously.
Like, they're talking about all this thermal nonsense that has nothing to do with the actual shroud. It is a painting. It is literally someone drew a painting on a linen cloth, and they're telling you that this is the actual cloth that Jesus was buried in, and they ripped it away, and it was a mural. It was so beautiful that it was basically a painting. Yeah. Even James is like, hashtag Jesus didn't exist. I'm like, hashtag prophecy resistant to solids. Does this mean it's bulletproof, or just doesn't let a piece of crap pass through? It's true. Got to eat more fiber. And I guess Jesus needs to carry a Glock.
After death and leave big, huge light and booms. They just don't do this. So, of course, the main thing to recognize is we got a test now, and that test is cosmogenic isotopes. And so if we start finding an abundance of chlorine-36 and calcium-41 that are only produced in nuclear reactions, and they're there in abundance on this shroud, you had a nuclear reaction there. Particle radiation's the explanation, and particle radiation's the explanation. It's a miracle. If ultraviolet radiation's the explanation,
such a miracle.
In other words,
please help us, every one of us.
We can see not only Jesus Christ and the truth of him in his words and in his spirit and in his church. We can see Jesus Christ now through the lens of science, risen in glory, risen in light, risen, as it were, master of the nuclear power of the universe, risen as God would have us discover it 2,000 years later in a skeptical scientific generation, so he could just go, gotcha. Thank you so much, everybody.
Gotcha.
And with that, we just saw the opposing viewpoint from Napa Institute, the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. And then that, once again, was thought experiments about the brain, near-death experiments, and the Shroud of Turin.
Cutting-edge science, though.
Cutting-edge science, exactly. But we are about to head into the open mic. We already got Beamsy back. Yep, Beamsy dropped.
Oh. Come on back, Beamsy.
That's right, Beamsy, come back if you want. Randolph, if you want. Who else was on? I guess Brett was on with us. Anyone who would like to join, now is the time, because we are skeptic and ranting on the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul, and we have now less than 30 minutes. We are going into it. We are bringing on the one and only Beamsy, and we are open micing. What's up, Beamsy? How are you doing today? I've never seen a more fantastic and lovely loading icon. And what are your thoughts about the subject, the video, or anything we've been talking about tonight? I cannot believe you would say something so daring and yet so true. We're going to put you backstage. And we're going to go back to this.
Welcome back.
Boom, boom, boom. It has been fun. We'll talk. Exactly. He's just teasing us. Oh, my. Oh, there we go. I see him now.
I think the camera got bitten again.
Nom, nom, nom. That's right. Sometimes it's like a zombie. We've been talking. We've, in fact, been skeptic and ranting on the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. What are your thoughts about the topic, the video, anything we talked about tonight?
It would have been nice to actually see any sort of evidence, but it was worth a try.
Exactly. It was worth a shot. But yeah, thank you so very much, Peepsy. And all right, with that, we're going into the open conversation.
No evidence.
Ba-dum-bum.
It was mostly just a gish gallop of trying to go, oh, this might do that and might do this, and how many lies that he was putting across.
I mean, clearly, it wasn't just rehashing old arguments that they've been making for, decades and just presenting it as if it's new cutting-edge science. Clearly, that wouldn't be what they would do.
Yeah, I don't know any of them that really do stuff like that.
And I mean, this stuff only works if you've never heard it before. Like, if you've never heard of the Shroud of Turin, I guess I can imagine you going, but like, after hearing it a dozen times, what is it, new in the past hundreds of years?
I mean, it's like these fine-tuning arguments. When they're first presented, like, if you've never heard them before, they could kind of make you like think like, oh, well, wow, I never thought about that before. Maybe that is something to think about. But of course, then once you dig a little deeper into it, you find out that oh, okay, there's really nothing there. There's no there.
It just reminds me of the argument I was having with the Flurfer. I just went into great detail how radar works and how they can see out thousands of kilometers, and we can even use that to actually get an exact reading of where the moon is. And this can be coincided with the way radar and sonar works. So we have 3 points of reference that show that radar is accurate. And then we have people claiming that there's still a firmament.
Yeah, yet
Unfortunately,
they can't shoot a radar beam from the United States straight over to the UK, right across the ocean, which they'd be able to do if the world was flat, right?
Yeah, it's the horizontal issue when you come to radars. If you have the radar low enough, it can barely detect anything past 20 kilometers. But if you stick it up in the air, you can see for thousands of kilometers in all directions.
and I often stick it up in the air. Okay.
We're not talking about that, darling.
Damn it.
Well, she is.
This close. That's true.
That reminds me of the argument that Whitsett gets it made on his bloody
Oh,
debate.
yeah, I saw about that in chat. Fill us in.
Do you know the experiment that he was actually talking about when it comes to the radio signal?
No, I don't.
Is it similar to the bat signal?
Kind of, because on one end it was up on a tower that was 200 feet tall, and on the other end it was actually stuck on the end of a kite. Well, actually a balloon, but
that because like a lot of these times in their videos, they'll post like pictures of like, oh, look, I'm standing here, and then look, I can see this thing across the water that is supposed to be way below the curve. Yet they don't give us like elevation data. We don't get to see exactly how high off the ground the camera was when it took it. They leave all the necessary information out. They just want you to accept it at face value.
Yeah, it doesn't work at face value. Like Rebel is now claiming that I just said the Earth is flat by how far you can see. No, when a radar is on the ground, its horizontal problem comes to about 20 kilometers. You cannot see past that because it cannot see over the horizon. Whereas if you take that exact same setup and actually elevate it up into the air, the distance it can see becomes further and further and further.
I guess it would depend basically on how much power you have at your beacon, whatever's sending the radar signals out.
It's the antennae, but it works a little bit differently than that. It all depends on the wavelength and the amplitude, as well as the power that you've got. It requires those 3 things.
But we can shoot radar beams to the moon and back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can even get a reading off of Mars, but that's starting to
over
talk about
100,000 miles away. So. So if we can shoot something to the moon and back, then we should be able to do it across the ocean, but it doesn't work that way.
It's because you cannot see past the horizon whenever you talk with a radar, and that's why you have something called the horizontal issue whenever you're working with radars.
Do radar signals, do they refract any like the light signals do over the water?
No, most of them are microwave. The majority of them are microwaves. There's a few of them that don't operate. No, there is a few of them that don't operate under microwave radiation, but the majority of them operate on the microwave wavelength.
I have a question for you, Beamsy. Do you think that... That's right, baby. Do you think that the reason that we see an uptake of flat earthers is because they're becoming more prominent, or just because they're coming from the dredges of certain communities, I would say Christian communities or theistic communities or whatever the hell? I guess, why is it I feel like I've seen uptick in the past year of maybe this. Maybe it's because I've been just immersing myself with it more and trying to counter it. But so maybe it's a selection bias. What do you think?
I think it's a matter of selection bias and another aspect of a candle burns brightest near its end. Because a lot of them have been basically laughed out of their own communities because of how laughable some of their arguments are.
What do you think about this, Beamsy?
And I'm just going to read. It says the horizon is apparent. It's not a physical obstruction. The horizon is not a physical destination that can be reached. It's caused due to angular resolution and perspective of convergence.
I'm talking about in the electromagnetic wavelength, Rebel. The aspect of that is you cannot get a return of anything beyond that. So we can see the ground with a radar and actually get a return on a radar out to approximately 20 kilometers when it's near sea level, usually about head height. But as you start to elevate it, you can see further and further.
Which makes sense if we were on a globe, right?
Yes. It makes sense that therefore that what we're standing on is at least a part of a sphere. But whether it is a globe or not, again, that's just making conjectures. But it has a higher likelihood that it is a sphere. It's the tracking of the moon, the tracking of near-Earth objects, watching how all other objects around us move. All of these things we've been able to watch and detect using radio telescopes, which operate on the same principle as radar. And therefore we can see that all objects near us, in majority, orbit around the sun, not around the Earth, where you would expect from a geocentric model. So heliocentricity can be shown in just using radars. Therefore, it would logically incur that if everything around us operates on the same principle and we are doing the same thing, that would incur that we live on a spherical object similar to the other planets.
It's like if the world was flat, like you could go to Africa and you could climb Mount Kilimanjaro and you should be able to clearly see Mount Everest, further away from you, because there should be nothing obstructing it. You should just be able to look towards the Himalayas and you should see it.
You would have lensing issues seeing through your eyes. But if you used a radar or anything else like that, especially if you use a LiDAR, a laser-based one, that would give you a more precise measurement, and that would actually give you a return on being able to see it. But no, you couldn't.
You should still be able to make it out in the distance, maybe not clearly, but I mean, we can see the moon, and that's way further away.
Because of the way the moon operates and the environment it's in, because you're looking through the atmosphere, you're talking about hundreds of kilometers of atmosphere you're looking through, rather than opposing to 100 kilometers of atmosphere, which gradually dissipates out. In a very, very clear day, you might see it fuzzy, but I wouldn't rely on anything
But you
can
can't
see.
because it's behind the curve. So
there's no way you could see it because you couldn't use any devices that would give you an exact measurement to show you that, oh, yes, there it is right there off in the horizon. If you stood there on a flat Earth, on an incredibly clear day, it might come out as fuzzy. We might see a fuzzy outline of mountains in the far distance, but we don't see that. And using more precise measurements with a lidar or a radar, that's what you would actually want to test it with, not with something like a visual representation. Because if you use visual representations, you end up getting things like the black swan. If you get other pictures of
heavily
those
refracted.
Yeah, if you get exactly the same two oil rigs and see other pictures of it, it looks completely different to the black swan. So that's one abnormality within the pictures of those.
You can see all the distortions of the image. It's clearly heavily refracted.
Yeah, but like I said, if you actually get other pictures of those exact two oil rigs, they look completely different to what they're actually showing on that one singular picture, which is an abnormality, which is expected. It's just one of those matters. It only works in a certain condition, having to be in a certain way, and looking at it a certain aspect. Uh, 200 miles is not that far when you come to the curvature. You're taking about something that's up to about 5'5", and therefore you've got it further up on the curvature, and then you've got 200 miles up. Or are you saying that you've seen the bottom of the mountains, which then I would say, no, I seriously doubt that.
You would see the top first. Then as you got closer, you gradually see more of it. But
if you're lucky, you might see about if you're lucky, you might see from about halfway up. You won't see the bottom.
And all right. I'm going to let Brett in, but then we got 15 minutes. And so if someone agrees, disagrees with us, we're going to the 5-hour mark until outros. Woo-hoo.
Hey,
Brett,
how you doing? Did you get your roasting done, Amy?
We did indeed. And so now we're just doing our basic open mic wrap-up and having fun. How are you, Brett?
Just chilling. I was hanging out with some folks. Oh, man. Australians don't know how to allow people to have a discussion, I learned.
I don't think I'm that bad.
Oh, you're
actually pretty amazing.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
In fact, I want to say goodnight to one. Good night, or want to say goodnight to James Wolfe for real this time. Love you, Amy, James. Love this community. Sending love to you, James Wolfe. Lovely having you on with us. And that's right. Just want to remind everyone that it doesn't matter if you are in Australia or whether you are in New Zealand. You're all shills for NASA. You don't exist. And I hope you have a good.
I should get my paycheck next week.
You've been running into a lot of people that don't believe in the moon landing, haven't you?
Oh my gosh. It's crazy because that's why I was asking. It must be a selection bias because I think it's just the circles that I've been countering. I would say encountering, but it's more like countering. But sending love out there. Like I said, Upside Down Guy was sending us love in there and Rebels out there. But, maybe in a few years we'll be on Team Skeptic and sending so much love.
Well, Amy, the next time you run into like flat earthers or whatever, say this to them. That's pretty cute. Say, well, I don't think it's sphere shaped or flat. I always was convinced it was pizza shaped.
That's right. Well, I always say now it's they don't think that dinosaurs exist often, but how could that be if the Earth is shaped like a dinosaur?
Rebel, I'm an atheist.
think it's the hat that threw him off.
No, it's a naval hat. If I had this damn camera working instead of just getting into the circle of no return, you would have actually. I could have put the hat on.
Yeah, we got about 20 cats over here, Amy. My wife loves the things.
Woohoo! I love cats. I love all carnivora. I love cats and dogs. They want to let me adopt a bear. I want to.
What are you going to call it?
Barry. I'll leave now. We can, yeah. To be honest with you, I didn't think it would get that unbearable.
As long as you just give it the bare necessities.
Oh,
Amy, you look exhausted. Should I get out of here so you can get some sleep?
Oh no! Well, you are good. We got 10 more minutes. I've been doing better. Gizmo has been holding my feet to the fire as we actually plan it, and so we'll go for 10 more minutes. We're hoping that a young Earth creationist will come in and convince us that Jesus made the world in 6,000 years. 6 days. I'm sorry. 6 days. Yeah, anyone at the panel wants to say anything, because the open mic is really more for everyone else, as much as James and I can talk too.
Yeah, my issue is the fact being that I did serve in the Australian Navy, and I worked with radars for quite a fair bit, and I also just got my PhD in geology last year, so I have a little bit more information.
NASA has a Navy? It's interesting.
Oh, Amy, you want to know one of the reasons why I don't do the young Earth thing?
Why?
Well, for one, it's not biblical, and also it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense biblically either. You'll probably notice that they add up the genealogies and all that. Well, if Adam actually lived to be almost 1,000 years old, and you start adding up his children and just people in the first 4 books, you run out of your 10,000 years real quick.
Yeah, it was Bishop Usher that just basically thumbed through his version of the Bible and said, yeah, I think it's this. And then that became orthodox. And so now all of the young earthers, they say that's what it says, and they have apologetics to defend it. But it says 6 days. That's really the only thing that it says. And then everything else is just people living their lives.
How long do you think it took the Earth to form, if you don't mind me asking?
So, how long did it take the Earth to form is an interesting question, because it took 4.5 billion, but the Earth, I do believe, formed very soon after the sun, as in as everything was getting, it was probably a very chaotic early solar system, and everything had to get its path cleared. Gravity had to be like a vacuum. And so, yeah, and we were talking about how the water, and I say water with a D apparently, actually was too hot for it to, for the water cycle to accumulate. The water was there. It was in a gaseous form. And then once it is actually able to cool down and we were able to have liquid water, the rain cycle kicked in and we were able to get oceans. And then we had hydrothermal vents. And you have carbon and hydrothermal vents. You have liquid water. Carbon, which as John Stewart says, is the slut of the periodic table. It makes more chemical elements of everything. And so it kicks this off. I hope I answered your question. I guess 4.5 billion years. Can I tell you something that I was thinking about the other day that is interesting? Is that we call ourselves old earthers because the comparison is 6,000 years. And we go, this is 6,000 and this is 4.5. And I always like to say, they try and make it seem like it's the exact same thing, like 6,000, 4.5 billion. Who's really counting? And if someone told you that you had $6,000 in your bank account after doing a good job that week, you would be happy. You'd be like, I did a great job that week. I got $6,000. If someone came to you and said you had $4.5 billion that week, it would give a slightly different feeling. In fact, it's the difference between 6,000 and 4,5,0,0,0,0,0,0,0. And even with everything I just said, and yeah, he says 4.5 years ago was already formed. Yeah, I think it just had to clear the path. Exactly. From the last solar system, whatever came from the supernova of the last explosion, because we are a third generation solar system. There's actually been one or two solar systems that have lived and died that are the reason why the solar system is here.
Amy, if you don't mind me asking you and James, how do you feel about hypothesis?
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'll answer that, but just and so the thought I was having yesterday is, even with everything that I just gave you, how I have just spent basically a good minute or two trying to convince you of how old we are in 4.5 billion. Technically speaking, if you were to look at how long, not even the heat death, but just, how long we really have where stuff is really going on, we have trillions of years, if not longer. We have a long, much longer than billions, which means that we are, if you want to look at it in another perspective, a early or young universe, because we're only 13.8 billion years. And so it just depends on, I guess, your perspective or the marketing of it, because those terms are more political, but we know what the actual age is. That's the more descriptive. And okay, go to your question. I'm sorry, Brett.
Well, I was wanting to know what you and James, if you had any concern about hypothesis.
Apophis.
Yeah, I think that's how it's pronounced. It's rough.
Apophis is the asteroid that's a near-Earth object.
Yeah.
An asteroid that's a near-Earth object. Is it coming towards us?
Yes.
It's gone between the Earth and the Moon twice so far.
Oh, I would say that we should always be on the lookout for meteors and asteroids that can destroy us. There are multiple ways that you can divert an asteroid and a meteor without blowing it up. In fact, the great thing about science is blowing it up is almost one of the worst ways, because all you do is now you have multiple meteors and asteroids. You thought you had one.
Bucket effect, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so what you do is you kind of use gravity, or you either push it or pull it. Push it, pull it, pop it, smooth it. You do something.
Like, Amy?
Yeah, I know. It sounds like a good weekend, a good night. And what you're able to do, if you know ahead of time, is you're able to divert it before you're able to divert it so far away that just a little bit of a nudge actually has a giant impact, and so it ends up completely
you can affect the
missing
trajectory
us.
just by a few degrees. I mean, if you get it far enough, that could be enough.
It's I don't know if you and James have had an opportunity to look into it, but the thing's enormous, and they are definitely saying it's a planet killer with the chance that it could hit us. My only theory on what to do about it is to go get me a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken and have a cigarette, sit in a lawn chair, and just sit right under the shadow of it so I go out quickly.
It's not a planet killer.
Did you say it's not?
It's not. It's only 370 meters.
Well, it's flying like a bullet. It hits us, according to NASA, which you guys are definitely supporters of NASA, as am I. It'll put a hole in us.
Yeah, but it's not very big. It's only 2.7 meters. The one in the Kadusha event was thought to be about 550 meters, but so it caused that sort of devastation.
But
how big was Chicxulub?
And I'll actually. So
that was about 4.6.
But let's pretend that it was a different asteroid that was like that. I would say that there are ways of getting rid of it. There are ways of handling it. We have had multiple apocalypse-like situations. We had one 65 million years ago, which wiped out the dinosaurs. We're probably going to have something like that happen again. And so if you do, there's two options. Number one, value your time. I think what you were giving is the crack open a beer. I think if you think you only have one life, you should be, I kind of feel like you should live that every day, not recklessly, because a lot of people, a lot of creationists, I'm trying to paint with the smallest brush. They will say, well, if you don't believe in sinning, if you don't believe in God, you're just doing it to do whatever you want. And it's like, true, that is true. But I want to be a good person. And so I spend all of that time just trying to be good. And so live the life you want. And then the second is just invest in, I'll keep on. This is an olive branch. I hate that I have to make this olive branch. I really do. Whether it's NASA or even Space Force. That's right. No matter what it is. Or the Air Force, the original OG. You should be investing in technology that will prevent that sort of thing from happening. And we can bring the human race together by trying to protect it.
I agree with you, Amy, on that. I don't know where Beamsy's getting his information, but according to this, it says hypothesis would cause widespread destruction up to several hundred of kilometers from its impact site. The energy released would be equal more than 1,000 megatons of TNT and tens of hundreds of nuclear weapons. That sounds kind of vicious.
So, Beamsy, hold on 1 second. Beamsy, you get You get one response, Beamsy, and then Brett, instead of a response, we're going to outros, and then you each get outros. So that's how that'll work. So you all get to respond again. It'll just be an outro form. But Beamsy, say something, and when you're done, we're going to outros, and Brett is starting our outros. So it'll be his next anyway.
Yeah, it'll have a similar impact to what the Tunguska event is, probably about twice that. So an area about 5,000 to 6,000 square kilometers, but there's only about a 3% chance of it hitting. The Chicxulub event was hit by a 10-kilometer one, which is about 20 times bigger than what Apophis is. So I don't think you've got that much to worry about, unless it actually hits the continent you happen to be living in. But anyway, I'll do my outro anyway first, which is tacos.
Is that going to be your outro? Well, that's funny, Beamsy. We'll see. That can be. Sometimes I'm trying to think what the names is. I can't rhyme anything. Heemsy, Beamsy, be triggered, Weemsy. I can't do it right now. We'll see if anything tickles your fancy while we're giving Brett his outro. Because we are. He was the latest to join us, which means that he is the person to start out the outros. We are going into our midnight ranting. It has been a midnight ranting. Our skeptic and ranting, the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. I really do want to send a shout out to all of you out there who have been sending love with us and spending time with us. I'll give a final shout out at my
final shout out.
Little final shout out. But we're going to hand it over to Brett Keane, who is going to start us as we head into our skeptic and ranting outros. Woo! Thank you so very much, Brad, for coming on. We have been skeptic and ranting on the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. What you got going on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts on the topic?
Well, I suppose people could find me at the handle Brett Keane, BRETTKEANE, like you see up on the screen. I do YouTube videos. Enjoy hanging out with Amy and James. Good stuff, good topics.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Brett. All right, there you go. I think that's it. So, Beamsy, it just sounds like tacos?
Tacos it is.
Tacos it is. And thus, I just want to thank, Brett for coming on to the show. I want to thank Beamsy for coming on to the show.
Thanks, Brett.
We are going to go find. You can check Brett at Brett Keane. You can check Beamsy here at on this channel and in the dark recesses of the interweb on Flat Earth channels. Probably, unfortunately, that's where I am too, with the creationists. Anyway, James W. We have been, our producer Gizmo, we have been skeptic and ranting on the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul. And what are your final thoughts?
Yeah. My final thought, it's time for bed. But yeah, great show, guys. Thanks for coming along, watching this silly video with us, and we'll see you back later in the week.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much. There's 3 chairs in this room. Somehow, we have a cat. We got here. That makes complete sense. And yet,
cats all over.
There's just I feel like someone is a little bit. They think they're bigger. They're so sleepy. And thus, I am regulated to the little like a chair.
We're almost getting a
little chair.
Gavin point of view.
Oh my! I know. And I know. I don't want to show off their hiding spot down there. Whew. It's true. This show needs as many cats as possible. But I felt bad. I didn't mean to throw. Normally have much more longer goodbyes, but I was just so excited that Brett and Beamsy did both very neutral outros. Sometimes the outros are and that person before me, they sucked. That's it. And you're like, that's it, huh? I do want to thank everyone out there. I'll do my normal spiel. I should ask him for permission. I'm so happy. I think we're doing our final meeting with one of the people I produce, which is a fantastic thing to say. And now I know what Pieter feels like. It's a good feeling. So we have multiple ways you can be part of the Skeptic and Ranting community. You can follow and subscribe, be a viewer, of course, but if you decide to be a supporter, a fan, we are looking to support you back. And so if you are a channel member, if you are a Patreon, you get access to let's see here. Talk Skeptic to me. This right here. This show right here. So we will host you. Gizmo will stand behind stage, and we are just looking to bring people who have expertise and experience and share it with the community. However, if you would like to have your own podcast, whatever the subject or topic, then feel free to hit me up at Fiverr right down below, and I'll help you. I've been excited. I build in a decent amount of time, depending on the package, to have fun. Oh, God, I'm saying packages. Though, let's try and make it a little bit sexier. So depending on what package I'm feeling. There we go. That sounds a little bit sexier. I want to build Barrett. I almost went a whole podcast, James. A whole podcast without saying
almost.
No. But if we ever get a sponsor, I really mean it. We ever do, we're going to read it straight. Like, even the talk behind the stuff, it feels kind of lame that I'm saying it. And, you know, because I guess you're just supposed to do it. And that's like the cool version. But like they have, that's the only way, because people don't want to hear an ad. Even my ad is annoying, and I have to give like filler for my ad. But it's down there, ladies and gentlemen. Jewish space lasers, or someone's related to them. Trying to think what's else. James just had a fantastic debate on standing for truth. You should check that out. Against Praise I Am, against slavery. James, are you for slavery?
Slavery is no, it's still bad.
Objectively moral God, and still slavery seems
objectively dumbass God.
Trying to think what else. Trying to get a debate with Kent started. Trying to get some debates on MDDD. I'm going to be modding on there, though, definitely. What's up, Duchess of Clutches? I feel so bad. We are literally wrapping up. Though I will say, sending love to all of our Patreons and supporters. Going to be updating and increasing a lot of these. I think our Patreons, like I said, are going to be down below in the description with our channel members, and then the ones who are dual will also be shouted out. The Girl Deck channel members and Patreons. And I think James, even though James and I will probably be passing out, it's been 5 hours. The Skeptic and Ranting Discord server after party is about to be hitting it off. And so, yeah, the link of which is also in the description. Though I do want to thank my co-host. Oh, no. Well, I do want to thank my co-host. But I hope you all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting, the latest scientific evidence of God and the soul, where we watched a video from the channel Napa Institute called The Latest Scientific Evidence of God and the Soul. Pastor Robert Spitzer. Okay, you didn't have to. But I do want to thank my co-host, James W. Bing! And Peter. Along with our guests, Brett and Beamsy. Woohoo! As well as the lovely people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great. And of course, amazing viewers like, I'm now imagining Jesse in like a wig. Make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow.
We had on today.
That's right. Yo, Twitch is growing. Thank you so much. We're almost up to 90, traveling up to 100. So follow on YouTube. Subscribe on you. Subscribe on. You can feel the gears turning. Subscribe on YouTube. We're trying that. Get up to those 2,000. We are. But I have all of you out there, James and myself, both have you to thank, and so we really do want to. You can also hit that bell icon. I'm going to talk about an extra thing, because I see James Coons talks about this. Not only can you hit that bell icon, squeaky squeak, where you get reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams, but you can also hit that share button. If you think that this topic is relevant to someone that you've been debating with, someone that you've been talking with, or just someone you think will like it, hit that share button. It helps us reach an even larger community. And thank you so very much.
Links to your Discord.
That's right. Or
send them to your friends and family, people even you don't like. Just send it to them.
That's right. Well, that's why I guess I say debate. I'm very Gizmo and myself are very big into SEO, because I think that not only does it help the YouTube search algorithm, but I think that if you actually are into something, sometimes it's a rare subject. Sometimes we're probably not the only Shroud of Turin video, or definitely not the only near-death experience video, but there has been some where we have been the only hashtag. And so if anyone ever does, I'm trying to think of something obscure. I can't be like ultimated. Did who gets handies from God? It's an interesting channel. Only the Ultimate have been making his rounds. It wouldn't just be us. The world we live in. I send love to all of them. We're gonna have him on. He's anyone who's a mensch, we will have on. A nice person.
Who?
And ultimated, even if they get handies from God.
He's always polite.
No, exactly. That's why I don't know if that makes it better, right? That somehow makes it better.
At least he's not belligerent.
Exactly.
Good.
It does somehow make it better. Yeah, you're right. He could be. It goes so much worse now that I think about it. That's why we're saying it. I just have certain very specific theists.
If he was coming on every single stream and doing it, it kind of would get.
Yes.
It'd be a bit much, but what does he come on
He also doesn't get very graphic. We have to, for no pun intended, we have to pull it out of him.
Absolutely.
Anyway, share with a friend. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video is done? You could also leave a super thanks, and we'll leave thanks on the next episode and be like, thank you. Especially, so many super chats. We've been trying to grow, and that has just been an amazing way as well. And you guys really, and gals, have given us so much. So,
we appreciate it.
I also can't help but do this. Oh, I have cats. It's hard to be sexy when you have cats. That wasn't sexy. That was a goober, but that's what you get right now after 5 hours of streaming.
It's almost 7 a.m, so they'll be all right.
We'll survive. Exactly. Lee's thanking and all this. After the show, people will definitely be. We're opening the Skeptic and Ranting after party. If you would like to join, the Discord link is in the server below. I keep on saying I'm going to get with Math Pig, and we're going to make hot love. Make ranks for Discord. Because he is an admin. Again, I just keep on forgetting to sending love to both Math Pig, Titan, the admins, the mods. I know I did so, but here's a double dose of it. Because they really do deal with my over niceness. So thank you. They keep us in line. Keep James and myself afloat. The link of which is description below, along with our fantastic channel members. Though the best way to help us make even more content and lock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon, becoming a supporter at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, y'all.
Good night, guys.
Yes, I can, Jake Courtney. Reach out to me. Let me tell you. I'll get motivated. I'll see you later.